YouTube land. Sorry for delaying my live notification. For those of you on YouTube, welcome, welcome, welcome. And those obviously watching the VODs at home after. Great to have you. I want to say a big thank you as well to Dusky for the most recent follow and Saurian Hobbit for the most recent subscription. Okay. Is it safe to assume demo before GDC? Because you're bringing it here. Well, I have some thoughts about that. You know, this is one of those things where at a certain point you have to pull the trigger. But pulling the trigger can mean lots of different things. So for me, like we have a milestone coming up, a milestone date for the demo at the end of the month. We got like 10 days and I'm working really hard to get, you know, the demo in a place where we can say it's, you know, it's finished. The content's in. There will still be some time where we'll be doing, you know, a bit of play testing and maybe even updates to the demo as we balance things out, or, you know, as I work on the game, I suppose. So that is kind of like it's not going to just, it's not a release, right? Like I'm not like distributing it on a platform as an early access release or anything like that. It's more of a tool to earn or help, what's the word? To help garner more support financially from future stakeholders. That can include Kickstarter, it can include publisher funding, it could be a bunch of different places. But as far as like a public release of the demo, that to me, this kind of like, you have to, it's really important to not just think of the game and the product as a big monolith. Like there's so many moving parts to this thing that just because I'm like emotionally committed to the thing being like done sooner than later, and I want things to, you know, keep the momentum up, in terms of like whether or not we're in a good spot to do some sort of like public announcement, at the moment, I'm feeling like the best time to do that would be strategically, maybe after GDC. And whether or not that comes with a public demo, like announcement versus demo don't have to be the same thing. So I have to do some more strategy. I have to validate whether or not the game is like at a place, mostly in terms of the marketing campaign. Like, am I in a position to promote the game like a product? And when I am, what are the tools, what is the media that I need to have on hand ready to support whatever marketing exercise I'm going through. So it's not safe to assume, long story short, it's not safe to assume that we'll have a public demo soon. What we will have is the internal release of the demo, and internal means public to you. So like everyone watching this stream, if you ask me, by let's say the end of the month, there'll be a link. You'll be able to play the alpha. The point behind that being something that's like local versus something that's like public, it mostly comes down to press. It's really like, do I want random people who don't know me, who haven't come through the gate of like understanding and enjoying IndieTales, do I want those people to have access to the demo and be talking about it as if it's a released piece of content? You know, we live in a world right now where content, everything is released, everything is public. You know, if I put out a TikTok about the game, the TikTok is a product. You know, it's very competitive these days, and everything's very polished and manicured and well thought out. So having the demo be like closed to that browse experience, you know, random people can't just stumble upon the demo and give their thoughts and tell people that they didn't like it. That's the line that I currently think of as like internal versus external, alpha versus beta. So we'll continue calling it an alpha. You will have the chance to play it. Don't worry about that. It's more just, will I be like singing about it from the rooftops, you know, on Steam? Will it have like a Steam demo in the next month? Probably not, unless like, I don't know, unless publisher talks go very quickly, or I get no interest from publishers and the strategy becomes Kickstarter. At that point, you might see a demo public. If it's like, oh, this isn't going to happen unless I make it happen, and to make it happen, I need to start making a lot of content about the game every day on TikTok or whatever. At that point, yeah, we'll be doing it ourselves. We'll be marketing the hell out of it. We'll be, yeah, producing a lot of media. All right, can you tell I'm anxious about that question? Can you tell that I'm anxious about it with how much I'm playing with my hair? Yeah. I guess I'll just back up for a second. If I'm talking so much, you know, it's because I have something to say, I suppose. And yeah, like I've been seeing a psychologist, I've been mentioning, and just trying to stay on top of my mental health. I was at an appointment yesterday, and I'm going through like some therapy at the moment that's like a little it's a little different to what I've ever experienced. So I've been warned actually that it might have some strange effects in terms of like how I'm feeling over the days following the thing. Like it has like a bit of a knock-on effect on your emotional state. So there's a lot of stuff swimming around in my head. That said, I am like, how do I put this? It's been a very reflective last, say, 72 hours for me. Not just because of the therapy or anything, but just because of this process that I'm in at the moment, directing the game. It requires a lot of explanation to lots of different people about parts of the game, justifying or making decisions about like, oh, the game should have this in it, or it shouldn't have this, or this character looks this way, or this character is like this because of this reason. And oftentimes that makes me have to call back to things that were like yesterday. We were talking about how we got here with the game and how it took its current shape. And a lot of that comes back to stuff from 2017, you know, and because I've got such a good archive of the work that I've been doing, I can literally just like show you the time machine. You know, I can be like, here is the literal pixel art that I did in 2017. Here is the work. Here is a video of the work that I did. And I think that it makes me, it's hard to feel confidence in your identity, in yourself, when you have it all filleted out, you know, on a table, all of who you are and all of the things you've been doing. It's very confronting to have to explain that in a nice, neat package. But because the product and I are so close together, you know, if the product has grown, it's because I've grown. If the product has failed, it's because I've failed. That's kind of how it feels anyway. So having explanations for things tends to be, it's very hard to separate explaining the game versus explaining myself, my process. my, competence, whatever it is. And that's something that I am open to that scrutiny. I have to be, as like someone who's like a marginally public figure. Like that's just what it is to do things online. And I am happy to do that stuff, but it's not easy, it's not easy to just be here and explain myself. So, yeah. Whew. Anyway, I'm trying really hard to remain productive and positive. The thing is, there is so much to be positive about. Hey, how do I pronounce that name? Damn, bro. Oh, I missed it. Sorry, bro. Yeah. Like, it's weird because on one level, there are so many things that I have to be positive about and excited about, and so many things to be anxious about. It's very hard to stay in one spot when there's so many things to feel. Anyway, welcome. That's all I wanted to say. Just a reminder, I'm human. Life's hard. All right, so, man, the music's coming along so nicely. I'm very happy with where Morgan's at. Her take on the game's audio is it's so outside of my mental scope, but it's so interesting seeing the game rendered in that palette that she creates. Like where I would have taken things and where she takes them. It's like such a different but valid interpretation, and it's exciting to have it manifest outside of my hands alone. So I hope you guys like it too. We'll listen to some music later. All right. Make side doors require S to interact when locked. That's pretty easy to do. Oh, I added something last night. I added a slingshot Martin, is what I'm calling him. It's a Martin. He has a slingshot. This guy replaces the archer, the human archer. So right now it's like bonk. And then you can pow. Parry it back. You can do a lot here. So like you can knock it up. Oh. Down. Forward. And it bounces off him. And he just takes one hit. Have I ever made a mobile game? Yes, I have made a mobile game. Ad mediation? Is that what you're talking about? Ad mediation sucks. Yeah, he can kind of like when you knock it back, the way it like bounces off his head. Hang on. It's like donk. It does a little like dunk off the side. And it's object pooled, so he gets 3 or 4. Right now, they're pretty slow moving, which I want, but they look kind of, there's something funny about the interaction because I'll explain it. You kind of have to know how long the animation takes, because if he, oh, actually that was pretty reasonable. No, I'll take it back. You can react. Good evening, Nocturi. Hey, Louise. Struggling with humanoid shark. How would I draw a shark head in isometric? I think you're on your own there. You got to find an isometric shark head somewhere else. All right. And the plan is to just pepper this guy around different parts of the game. So there was an area like up here where there used to be a human archer, and it didn't make much sense before. But now we've got this guy. So he's up there. Oh. Let's see if I can knock him out. Boom, boom, boom. I might make his range a little bit further. This guy was turned around in like 2 days. The speed of this character coming into existence. I'm thinking about whether or not you just knock him over and over again. I mean, that was the point. That was always the point, to do that. But I might make him a little bit. It's tough because that's not a lot of tiles, but it's quite high up. So I gotta find a nice way to frame it. Maybe we could do this. If we don't have this, does that change anything? No, it's quite hard to do two like that. We could try to bring this down one. Oh gosh. I'm not sure what that looks like. There is something we can do actually. There's a little trick here where I can do this. So take that and then do this. So the way it works is that most of this is not physical. It's just in the background. Ouch. So you can do, oh, that needs a bit of a, fix that. I think you can just keep doing that. I've got a bit of a timeout on these things. So there's like 0.7 seconds where it doesn't have a physics collider. And the point of that is that I want the pebbles to hit the ground just fine. But I want him to be able to shoot through the ground that he's standing on. So it's a bit rough there. Basically, there's a little timeout. There's a little cooldown at the start when the little pellets come into existence where they don't hit things physically. There's one more thing I can do. This intangible time, I can make it a little bit longer. Let's call it 0.5 seconds. But then let's also make it that when we hit something and the gravity scale turns on, let's disable the collider. So it does the little bounce. Not there. That's fine. But here. So it'll do the thing like in Super Mario Brothers when Mario dies and it goes do. He like goes up into the air and then falls off the front of the screen. It'll do that. So if it happens to hit an internal thing, it'll just go dunk and then fall off the front. Like that. I almost want to make this a little bit further to the right and put another little guy there. 1, 2. I'm recognizing the floor layer, that's right. Nice. That's great. Yeah, that's a great little set piece. Let's put this guy on the ground so he doesn't just fall immediately. Oh. Let's make it do like more damage. Let's call it 50. And then let's give this guy more health so that it feels better when you kill him. We'll give him exactly 50. Oh. This is a little bit weird. Don't love that. Can I make this without breaking anything? That might be great, actually. Oh, that's no good. Shouldn't be able to ledge cling onto the backside of that. Maybe we just don't have this be like that. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Thanks, Ice Note. Tism says, do you have any rule of thumb for how to give references between script, like when to use get component, find object of type? I almost always use public and just pass it in through the inspector. Almost never use get component and find objects of type. Unless the thing is instantiated at runtime and you literally can't, like there's just no way otherwise to describe, to find it because it doesn't exist. I almost always just pass in the reference directly. It's just more straightforward. Some people might say, oh, what about encapsulation? What about like private? I mean, you can always just like show an inspector, like serialized field. You can always do that if you care. But like, why is it a problem for this stuff to be public? Like, I'm the game dev, you know, I might want anything to be accessed from anywhere if I really want to, if I have a good reason to. So, yeah. Very, very, very rarely find object of type. Almost never use get component, unless you literally don't have access to something at editor time, at runtime. Okay. So there was one other thing here. I wanted to say, it would be nice to do, we got to do some pickups for this. So NMT Magenda, pickups for Martin Slingshot Hurt animation. That would be good. Maybe not sure if I want him to aim a little further down. Yeah, I mean, look, find object of type is, sometimes it's necessary, but oftentimes it's not. It's very expensive. Find object of type basically goes through this entire hierarchy, every single game object, every single component, and tries to look for the thing that you're looking for. I don't know if it does that actually, but that's the set of stuff that it has to search through. Okay. So coins, fix coins. Money? Huh. Where did I wrote this down yesterday. Well, I guess. Let's fix these coins. So the problem is when they spawn in, oh, hey, Yoshi accent. Oh, please don't make me do that. I'll give you like a little smorgasbord of Yoshi, but I'm not doing it for 5 minutes. Okay. You get a Yoshi impression. You get my little round trip through Yoshi's island. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I can't do it anymore. When I was younger, it would have been easy. That's it. He also has this like, it's like really high pitched stuff. No, that's kind of more like Jigglypuff. That was a bit of a Smash Brothers thing. Am I missing any? Yoshi. Yeah, that's about it. Okay. I find myself not having the chance to use public. Maybe I'm using too many singletons? Not sure. I mean, singletons are usually public. Why wouldn't you have public if it was a singleton? How are you accessing your singleton? How are you so good? Practice, and I don't know. It's just me, my brain. Okay, so when these spawn in, when these things spawn into the level, they are kinematic. I think spawn coin is what I'm looking for here. Get component. So here's a get component. Because the coins are from an object pool. So I don't have access to the coin component. But what's good about this is that like I have the game object at least, which has the coin component on it. That's it. Like I'm not searching through the whole hierarchy to do it. It's like I've just created this game object. I need to get the component on it in order to initialize it. And initialize here. Right now, this is all the same, but I think I had created a script, magnetic item. So this thing is competing a little bit, I think. Or is it? Hang on. State machine core. Okay. Potato says, just now you used the light purple square instead of the normal dark purple square you normally use for prototype. Can you share what output is set up for the light purple square, please? Yeah, so light purple for me is just another, it's just another kind of prototype that is just there specifically to be non-physical. It just means you can walk past it. Remember, like all of these rules are just like they're just like what I've chosen to do. You know what I mean? It's not like you don't need a tutorial on how to do that, but I can share it with you anyway. Like it's so that you can run past this. It's just like it's not physical, it's just visual, and it connects up to the rest of it like that. So the rules for that are just, I mean, it's just this and this, just the pink here. So it's like, hey, if you see pink, just make it these objects that don't have colliders on them. Like you can, and what's really important about this is you don't need purple, pink, you don't need colors. It's really just that you have some tile that you're using to describe one kind of thing and another tile that you're using to describe a different kind of thing. So these I use as materials. I use the different colors to mean different things. So orange for me usually means walls that you can climb on. Green usually means alternate grass, so like alternate terrain. Dark purple means physical terrain. Pink means non-physical terrain. I don't really use red. Oh, red usually means like auxiliary visual thing. It's like, oh, when I put these red columns in, then you get these aesthetic variations. So you can see like this thing here, that's created by putting a bunch of a 2x2 red column up to the top, and it'll just put that there. But what's really important is that like how to auto tile is kind of like how to program. You know what I mean? It's learning how to create rules. What the rules need to be for your tile set, for your game, that's up to you. Like you can define better or worse rules, just like you can define better or worse code. It literally is a language. It's a kind of language, you know? So your strategy for how you do it, that's up to you. And I don't have a perfect answer. I just have things that work for me. All right. So we were talking about the coins and asking ourselves why, when they spawn in, are they? In fact, I'll do it here. I'll just take out this guy. Boom, boom. Okay. These coins have spawned in. They are dynamic, but it's almost like, oh, the hovering is the gold coin is broken in a different way. That's all good. I'll get to it. Don't worry. The behavior of the coin is kind of replacing its... But this is not a state machine core. Does it have a state machine on it? It does have a state machine, which is part of magnetic item. This is doing it's probably doing its do. And when it starts, it's starting on its default state. Okay. I see what's happening here. Yeah, this is my fault because I built the coin as just a mono behavior, and now I'm making it a state machine. But the state machine lives underneath the mono behavior, which has some behavior described in it, so they're conflicting with each other. This is trying to say, hey, like, set my position up. This collectible travel, I think it does it have a hover at the start? How is it figuring this out? Because there's the coins that are here, and they are the same as these ones. Let me have a look. Nothing about gravity scale. In fact, what is doing the hovering? Does the animator... Does it just hover on the idle? No. No, it hovers... Probably on the magnetic item. Default state, travel. Ah, default state is hover. Yeah, this is why organization is so important. Because I've put both of these on the same game object, it's a bit hard to see. So let's split these into hover state, travel state. That makes it easier for me to see what I'm looking at a glance. So travel state is this one, and that's fine. So now I'm seeing, okay, hover and travel are things that the magnetic item wants to do. But the coin wants to just be, it just wants to be like a, what's the word? It wants to bounce around. So I could give it another state that's just like free physics. Or the hack would be just don't let it do its state.do. Like this thing, I can just tell it, hey, like, don't do anything. Let's make a dummy state for it and just do that. Hey, Malcolm, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. So do I have something called dummy state set up anywhere else? Yeah, I do, but it's all good. I'll make a new one here. Internal to coin. Or magnetic item. We'll call it like... Yeah, basically just empty. There might be something called empty state. No, okay. So we make a new dummy state called dummy state, and we say dummy state equals new, and then basically, assuming this is public, on the coin, when we initialize gets called only when you at the physics layer. So instead of initialize, let's call this something else. Let's call this init set physics, set dynamic physics. And then here we can say machine state machine dot set state machine dot dummy. And let's call this free physics. See that. Let's see if that works. What's the intended purpose to give the coin a state machine? What other states are you planning to give it? The coin has now 3 different states. The first state is for when it's these coins here, they're just spawned into the level. And so their default is to just hover like on a sine wave. Just to, like, they're just items that are like floating in the level. Then there is an accessory you can get in the game that's a ring that's called the magnet ring. And what it does is it makes items get sucked into the player from further away. So the next state they have is a travel state that goes from where they started to some target over some nice arc. Then there's coins that spawn from enemies when you kill the enemy. And those ones just like pop out in physics and just like bounce around the level. So now it's like you've got 3 different states of behavior and only one of them is active at a time. So you make a state machine. Let's see if it works. Nope. Now, the good thing about this is, can we use the state? I don't think it's going to work. State tree editor. Coin? It is. Yeah, sick. So it's on hover right now, which is not what we wanted. I think that might be because the start behavior, this function is getting called after this. Now, we can kind of lazy load this. So we can say bool started. And then here we can say if started, don't do this again. Then we're going to start it here on set dynamic physics. That makes it so that we'll never call this code after doing this, as long as we say started equals true. I'm going to do this because I feel like this is going to get called a bunch of times. Let's call this spawn with physics. Now it makes a bit more sense, I think. I could also do like an override here. But let's not do that because then Unity won't call it. Although maybe it shouldn't. Maybe it just shouldn't have a start function. What else is on there? It's using get component. This is old code. That's why it's got get component on there. But anyway, let's keep going. Still no good. Okay, I was wrong. Why are you in hover? Wait, is it even in hover? Nope. It's doing nothing. I did set it to false, but that's only when it spawns in. This is called from a spawner, so I set it to false. But this, if you don't know Unity very well, Unity calls this once when the game object is created in the scene. So this function needs to be called for the ones that aren't spawned in off of an enemy. And Unity's in control of that, doing that exactly once. This gets called anytime a coin gets pulled out from the object pool into the universe and spawned in from an enemy. Every time that happens, we do want to call start from scratch. I do want to just like reinitialize all of this stuff. Particularly, I want, well, no, I'm wrong. This is the wrong place to put this. This is the wrong place to put this. It's the state machine.start that we need to be careful about, not the coin.start. Coin start is fine. And in fact, we probably don't even need to worry too much about it. we are listening to this twice. We probably should still do that. Let's not do this. But separately, state machine, this thing here, this is the start that we wanted to jump ahead of. What's the point of started? I've just explained it, but I'll explain it again for you. What? Okay. So, every Unity script has a thing called start by default. Unity will call this on its own. It'll just call it. As soon as the game object is enabled for the first time, this will get called once. The intended purpose of this is to initialize variables. It's like a constructor. Separately, I have a pattern of an object pool which creates the script, which creates the coin basically from a prefab. Now, when you spawn an object from the object pool, it'll be enabled for the first time. Well, it'll be created, which means it's going to call this function for the first time. Okay, it's going to call that. The thing is, I'm trying to do specific state setting stuff when it gets created, which is why I call start here to make sure that this stuff is initialized before I'm about to change a bunch of these properties, because I'm using the coins for two different purposes. One, spawning into the level just as level coins, and two, coming out of an enemy. I need this time to set up which behavior I want, but I need for this to happen first. This little flow isn't going to happen on the level coins because they're already instantiated in the level at editor time. This is only for runtime when I'm spawning coins into existence from an enemy. So like the enemy has a function that it calls to a static object pool that lives elsewhere in the level. So start sets started to true at the end, only running if started is false. But every time before calling start, you set it to false. No, but that's this. I'm trying to explain. This will happen once. I don't want this to happen. This will happen on the automated, right? Automated. With what I was trying to do, if this happened, don't do this on the automated schedule. Don't do this if you've just done this. That was the logic that I was trying to create. Yes, this will happen every time one of these gets called, but this on the automated schedule will not run if we've just called it from here. That was the point. Because you set it to false, then you go into it, it sets it to true, then this checks to see if it's false. When the automated schedule happens after, because the creation code and the start code are happening in the same method, this automated schedule is going to happen after our instantiation code. But I don't want to call it twice in case we're reinstantiating or reinitializing things like event callbacks or doubly assigning ourselves to the, in this case, back here, adding a listener twice to the same event. Now, that was my idea. Obviously, I'm not perfect. I didn't actually, I didn't quite get this set up correctly because I forgot where I was, which start function I needed to stop calling. So I still need it, but I'm just trying to explain why what I was doing wasn't an issue that you were describing. Okay. All right. So yeah, it's a bit if you use Unity and you do any kind of lazy loading, you'll know what I'm talking about. I know it looks weird if you're not aware that Unity will call these functions on its own schedule. Yeah. Okay. So what I need to do here is it's really just this default state. Now we could set the default state. I don't even know why I called it this. Let's call this, let's just be, how do I want to do this? Okay. Maybe we do it like this. If state oh, no, there are other issues. Okay. All right. I got to do the same thing here. Yep. And I've got a meeting in a second, so I got to be quick with this. Free physics. Yeah. So instead, we want to do this. And then on coin, I want to say this. Set up. Maybe that will work. Oh, not like Godot, no. There's no inbuilt text editor in Unity. I think there's a plugin you can get. Somebody mentioned it yesterday that they were enjoying a plugin that let them do that. Still no luck. Man, I'm terrible with this. All right, I'm gonna jump into the meeting and then we'll get back to it after. I must be missing something, but yeah. Okie dokie. Hello.
Oh, hey. How's it going?
Hey, it's not too bad. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
It's good.
Playing around with the merchant stuff a bit. I think I figured out a way how to make a common item as a one-time purchasable from each merchant. Seems to work well.
Do we need to do that?
I just thought it would be interesting if we'd have like the ore from like the farmer and also another merchant. I mean, I can get into it later.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I think we'll have to review the rules around that kind of thing. It's not out of the question. I think I understand why we would want to do it. I just need to validate that in my head. But we'll talk about it after. We're waiting on just Elias. Oh, here he is.
The devil.
Hello.
So,
Hey. So, welcome everybody to Stand Up. It's Thursday, the 20th, which puts us with like 8 more days before our planned submission date. So, there's a lot on. I'm feeling pretty good about things on my side, and everyone's been doing a great job. So you're all doing very well. For me, I mean, recently a lot of constant reference work having to be provided and created for the animation team for the cinematic, which is it's taking up more of my time than I anticipated. Like, kind of burning the midnight oil a little bit on some of it, and then first thing in the morning. But the stuff that I've seen is coming together quite nicely. Other than that, I put in, yesterday, gosh, I've got to just look at I can't even remember what I did yesterday, but I did a lot of it. And then this morning, last night, I worked on the Martin slingshot, putting him in the game, and he's coming along really well. Like, he looks great. We might have like a couple more little animation. There might just be like single frames for like pickups for him, like a hurt state and an idle, maybe like just like a breathing idle. Yep. But he's looking really good.
Nice.
Yeah, like the fastest enemy to go in the game ever. It was like 40 minutes before I had something going well. Okay.
Cool.
Also, I worked on the bridge yesterday. That's looking way nicer. It's got like big wooden frames around the gears, and it just looks a lot closer to what a finished asset should probably look like. So that's good. And yesterday I also worked on the background for the Crucible, which is now looking a lot prettier. And I won't take up too much time, but Fmod stuff as well. So I'll pass the baton over to Elias.
yeah, I've been working with that new F1 stuff.
Cool.
I figured out what it was that wasn't working last night, and it was kind of a dumb thing. We just forgot to undo the old thing, the old way that it was doing it. But that's
okay.
Should be working fine now.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, just audio bug fixes, cleaning up little things here and there.
Nice. If there's like not too much on the plate, I can prioritize making sure that that I don't have something specific that I need from you, just to make sure I'm not missing an opportunity to get value out of you. But yeah, let me know if things are getting a little bit quiet.
Sure thing, yeah.
Cool. Okay. And then Luca?
Hey again. Yeah, I've been working on those items, and also there was some levels as well. Bit of level design that I did, and created that Martin merchant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's been interesting.
Cool. Yeah, we'll chat about that a bit more. It's been good having you kind of working on content and getting some more of that side stuff into the game, because I think it kind of just pads everything out and makes it a bit more of a layered experience. So I'm happy about that.
Cool. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. And Morgan, composer, how are you doing?
Good, yeah. So yesterday I made the system. I think it was yesterday. I'm getting my time mixed up, but yeah, I created the Crucible Fmod system, and was also working on the Harriet's Quarters track, which I saw your feedback comment. I have been trying to get it into the game because there wasn't even an Fmod event for it yet, just to see how it feels. And literally just before this call, I was trying to get it in, and then I don't know what I did, but the Fmod didn't want to build because it was missing like sound effects
Uh-huh.
files. I think it might be because I merged the sound effects branch into my branch. I don't know what I did,
Oh,
but
okay.
I'll try and figure it out after this call, and if I need help, I'll let you know. But
Sure.
yeah, that was weird.
Yeah.
But hopefully that Harriet's quarters will be in the project soon, so we can see how it feels.
Mm.
And I also put the death sting into the piano sketches in the
Yep.
stings Figma board.
Yep.
And yeah, hopefully today trying to work on boss fight later phases.
Mm.
I want to get to that, so
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
That the Harriet's Quarters track sounded really, really good. As have all the tracks you've been working on recently. I feel like you're really hitting a stride. I got to get you under more time pressure more often.
yeah, it's good.
It's been good stuff. And
Thanks.
Morgan P.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, I've just been working on the old couple this week.
How's that coming along?
It's done. I sent it to you.
Oh, did we have any? Wait, really? With the animation?
Oh, hang on. Was there a little bit after that you wanted to add?
Yeah, maybe I got a bit because all
Yeah, you
I
wanted,
got was the
like
the
color.
recolors, right?
Yeah, which I sent back.
Yeah, I'm
So
looking
hopefully
for
those were okay.
I'm looking for some animation frames too. Mostly just like we can talk about it after actually if it's easier.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. No worries.
Yeah, the recolors are where we left off.
Okay. No worries. All right. Well, I thank you all for joining me for stand up, and I'll be in touch with. I think we've got music stuff a bit after this. Is it right now?
It's at 4. I've
Okay.
got in my count.
Yeah. Do we want to? How do we feel about all that stuff? Start with Elias because you're scheduled up first. So do you need to chat, or do you want to visit anything?
I mean, I don't have anything. If you had anything that you...
Not off the top of my head. If you're in a place where you can take on Morgan's sketches for that sting, if that helps, or if we can prioritize that, if that's ready for you, that's all I would say.
Sure, yeah. All right,
Cool.
Sounds good.
Okay. And then Morgan Composer, we can jump into like if you needed a if you're happy to just like keep trucking on, I'm happy for you to keep doing that. But otherwise, yeah, I can meet with you whenever.
Okay. I do want to try and sort out this Unity Fmod issue thing.
Yeah, I'll leave that with you.
Yeah, so I'll just maybe give me some time, and then yeah.
Cool.
I'll just let you know, I guess, when I'm ready.
Yep.
If you're available anytime.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be ready. Like I'll be cool whenever. So if there's something specific you want feedback on, just let me know, and we'll pick it up from there. And then yeah, Morgan P, we can chat after this if you want. I can
Yeah. I was
set
gonna
up.
say, do you want me to hang around?
Yeah, hang around. Okay.
Actually,
Meet
Yep.
me after class.
No, you're not in trouble. It's okay. I'm not mad.
Just disappointed.
No, I'm not. I'm actually very happy with everyone. But Elias, you were saying something?
Sorry.
yeah, Morgan, if you could, Morgan Poser, if you could get the MIDI files
Oh yes.
to me.
Yep.
That would speed up the process.
I'll do that right now.
Thank you. All right,
Cool.
that's all I had.
All right. Well, the rest of you are dismissed. Morgan P after class. Thanks, everyone.
See ya.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey, how you doing?
Not too bad.
Cool, cool.
Things have settled down. We're all good.
Yeah, it sounds like you had a chaotic day yesterday.
Not so much chaotic as just like a very like low simmer of like, what's going on? What's gonna come of this?
I
But
hope.
no, it ended up being okay.
Okay, cool. Good. I don't. I mean, that stuff, it happens, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just very not planned for. We're just like, yeah, we'll take you to the GP and then we'll come home and then we'll go about the rest of our day.
mhm.
I was like, no. Consider everything derailed.
Oh, hey, you know what? I must not have had the file that you sent over most recently. I think so. You're all good. I think
Cool.
I can't remember if I was on like a bus last time we sent. No. When did you send that to me? I'm like,
Was that
what's the word?
Nancy?
That's 2 days ago. So I guess
Tuesday.
I don't know why I didn't see the other frames in this file, but I see them now. So it's looking good. Cool. All right. Well, yeah, this is looking fine. I'm trying to think about whether or not we need anything more from these two. Actually, let's just go straight to the pickups on the Martin slingshot, if that's something that you're cool to do. So, in fact, if you can see my screen, if you're watching the stream,
I can, yeah.
you can? Awesome. Then I can show you kind of like where he's at and what he looks like. So, the background on this character, on this enemy, is that it used to be a human. There was like a human archer. And he had some animations. Archer sheet. And at the time, I gave him like one straight up, one at like 45 degrees, one dead straight, one 45 degrees down, and then one dead down. This is, it's probably overkill, but I think we might have like to get the most coverage out of the animations we've got, I think maybe we could have gone a little more steep with some of these. I don't know yet, like if I want to put too much energy into it. Like if it's not too much trouble, it would mostly just be like raising this up a little bit,
Yeah,
and then
should be
putting this
reasonably
down.
easy
Yeah.
for like a straight 45.
Yeah, basically a 45 would probably be enough. Maybe even, this is the thing, like if we're gonna do any work, let's try it with the 45, and if it takes you like, not very long, then I'll prototype that and see how that works. And then, yeah, all I was looking for beyond that was I've made an idle frame for this guy. It's basically just taking I don't know if you still have it, but the old Martin has a hurt frame, which I'm using, but I just want to put, take the knife out of the hand, put the slingshot in, and put the pants and the backpack on. And that'll basically be it. Okie doke. So yeah, let's go for that, and then just hit me up as soon as you're ready for an update, and we'll put some more on.
So did you want like a little breathing idle?
Yeah, that would be good too. Yes.
Cool.
Yeah, if we could take that, maybe, I don't know, 6 frames tops. I wouldn't put too much into it.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, gosh, looking around after a while would be a nice secondary, but let's like put that, like, we'll
yeah, that's like
we'll get back to that.
That's a little like stretch goal, little treat.
Yeah. See how you go with this stuff first, and then we'll pick it up.
Does the down need tweaking as well, or is it just up?
No, the down as well, I would say. Up and down. Okay. Do you want me to... I'm wondering if you want me to send you this file. I've sort of chopped it up to make it a bit easier to put, to export and then use in the game, but I think they're the same frames. I don't think I did anything to them.
Yeah, I think the tags are just different. You can send me that one if you want.
Okay. All right, I'll send you this. Cool. All right. Well,
Sweet.
I think we're all good. Let me
Nice.
see.
I kind of enjoyed working on that guy.
Yeah, he's fun, and he's I think like it's a thing in games where like a lot of games will do this, where they'll have enemies that they are one thing. It's like they're kind of just defined by one animation, and it helps create a lot of variety with not too much work. I feel like
Yeah.
maybe like where we have the opportunity to do that, I should try to keep capitalizing on that. Okay. Well, thank you so much, and I'll catch you when you need an update.
Yeah. All right. Thanks.
All right. See ya.
Bye.
Cool. All right. I think we're good. I think we can keep going on our coin dilemma. So, oh no. There we go. Oh, it's great when we can like have the clarity to say we don't need 2 additional meetings today. Everyone's good. Everyone knows what they've got to do. It's great. So I don't know how I missed that animation she did. I just totally missed it. So we're going to come back to fixing coins. This is probably going to take me at least another 15 minutes. So yeah, the issue with the coins is I'm going to have to figure it out. I need to maybe do a bit of debugging. Let's put this guy back in. So hang on a second. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, he's still alive. So the coins are spawning in kind of like this, but I want them to do the poing, like pop out of the frame a little bit, and bounce around physically. So that's just a behavior difference. And what's happening is I think this magnetic item script that I've got attached to the coin is kind of like taking control a little bit. So I thought that I was doing a good job here by having it work this way, but for some reason it's not letting me do that. So let's see. Debug. Actually, do you know what? Am I setting? No, I'm only setting twice. One on startup and one on travel. So then let's go debug.log setup. Setting up with there it is. There it is. You see it. Oh man, you know the brain, it's like it's right when you've done thinking about something, your brain goes right back to it and goes, "Oh, no, that's the problem." I was just about to go into like a whole debugging situation. Let's see if this works. They definitely got collected. I don't know if they should have been. No. Did I even get those coins? What happened then? They just spawned out. Yazid Mansouri says, "Hey Yazid, can you make more videos about pixel art logos?" That's a good question. I could maybe do that. What do you feel the challenges are with leading a remote team? Discord is a challenge. Discord. It's the fact that like when you're trying to communicate visually over a computer and with lag, or verbally, just communicating at all, it's weird. People talk on top of each other a lot. It's like, it feels harder to feel confident that you're being understood, which makes it a little bit more nerve-wracking for everybody. It's like, so for me, there's been a tendency to like repeat myself, or like in person, you know, you see someone's face and they're like, "Oh yeah, I get it." And you go, "Yeah, you get it." And then you just move on. you know. Or you explain something and you body language does a lot to make people to communicate basically. And so without it, it's just hard. And so the not morale, but like the trust in communication, or even just like with feedback. No, we don't typically use cameras. Like I have my camera, but maybe we should. Still though, the lag is a thing. Like just, you see someone try, like you hear someone trying to, we do this thing. People do this thing where they inhale when they're about to talk. They go, and in normal real life conversation, you can see someone do that and then give them space. But on Discord, you don't hear it until a delay, and you might not hear it at all. So people will start talking because they need to take their turn because they've got a question or something. And I always feel dumb that I miss the cue, you know? So stuff like that is obviously the biggest friction. Other than that, I mean, like remote work, it's pretty good. Everyone gets to do things on their time as long as you maintain a good schedule. Like we have I thought this would be difficult to set up and establish. We've got people in different time zones, but we made it work. And honestly, this has been great. Like no problems at all. Everyone communicates well. 5 people is easy. I don't know. Like, I should probably put these here because I do have these. This is cinematic. I never do that, but I need to. Yeah, it's not a problem at all. I don't know. Feedback, it's easier to track online. I don't know. It just isn't as much of an issue as I feared it might be. It's just the communication issue. It's just that. But scheduling's good. I have the luxury of having done so much pre-production on this game that I've got references for everything. So when I'm communicating well and I have my material around, it's pretty easy to just share what I mean. Yeah, I don't know. If something else comes up, I'll let you know. You'll have to ask the team as well what they think. Fix coins. So we got something weird. We got the collection behavior. What is done? When does done get played? On trigger enter 2D if the thing is Armin. Now, this all feels very, very strange. Let me see if I can make this a bit simpler, actually. We can make this work. If I take this guy and I make him drop coins, then because it's at a distance, we don't have to worry too much about it. So let's say he yields 30. I don't know if that's 30 coins or 3 coins. Is it value? I need to make sure. Hang on. We might get 30 coins popping out. Enemy coin yield. I think that's literally how many. Okay, let's call it 3 then. Hey, Olivia. Long time. Since 2017. Let's try that again. Pow. That worked great. That was exactly what I expect. Oh, is it just good now? I think what's happening is the coins are getting picked up by the sword. As Armin's sword slashes through, the coins are coming out. But I think we got it right now. I think it's fine. I think that's how it was behaving before anyway. bump, bump, bump. Yeah, that's the same behavior as before. Maybe the physics are a little different somehow. Cool, we fixed them. I think I like the idea of the sword. Collecting the coins. I feel like that's fine. Yeah, that's great. It works perfectly. We should get the magnet ring and try that though. That's our other test case. Yeah, nice. Zip, 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 zip. Cool. Nice. Great. So we'll mark that as solved. Moderately good. Could you give me an example of what moderately good looks like? Yeah, I was thinking about doing that actually. But it might be too short of a time period. Maybe a collection time? Yeah, maybe like spawn time. Spawn? Maybe. Hmm. We'll give it just a little bit, maybe. It's got to be very short, like a fifth of a second. Blasphemous is moderately good. I started working on it in 2017. I didn't start with a team. I was solo until last year. So the way that it looks is mostly how it looked when I was working on it alone. And all the code is obviously the same for the most part. I'm still the only programmer on the project. Man, I hate losing that coin like that. Let's go to a different scene and try it there. I think it does work for the purpose that it needs to. In fact, it makes the magnet ring even more valuable because they don't immediately get spawned in. And the sword hitbox disappears before they... You can still attack them to get them, but that first hit isn't going to pick them up. Cool. Coin thief enemies. Ooh, I don't have any like that yet. So Olivia, just to answer that question properly, I started solo. I got some grant funding last year, which let me hire like 5 people. But I was fully solo up until that point. I didn't sort of like accumulate team members. It was more just like, hey, I need a team. Hey, community. Let me find people that I know and like and be interested in working with and who can, you know, do the work, and I'll commission you as contractors. Tism says, today I have a good bit of my game completely crashing due to the scene restarts, trying to handle other things at the same time. What's the safest way to handle a scene restart? It's just load scene. Just load scene from scratch. Most games do that, you know. Whenever like you're in a game and you die and you need to restart, you think about it and it's like, but how hard is it to just fill my HP up, respawn all the enemies, and then just like start me back where I was, right? That should take nothing. But actually what most games do is they'll always have some reason why that's not possible. It's like, no, we can't like rewind all the stuff, like all the things you picked up. We don't want to clear out your inventory. Nah, literally just reset the whole scene from scratch, just reload it. That's what most games do, because it's foolproof. Assuming you have your save load system working correctly. So being able to draw a good tree or brush or something, or bush or something, or like knowing where the pixel is supposed to go in a drawing. I mean, I think it's so hard to answer that question because you can look at like a tutorial and get what you need on how to draw a specific thing. You know, like if I'm trying to draw you a bush, the way that I draw bushes for my game, I know how to do that. But that's like a different skill from if I just was copying some bush from some other game. So like for me, it's almost more like just drawing regular art. Like I know how to draw a bush regularly, and my pixel art style lets me sort of approach that with the same kind of, you know, skill set. Like I can use my normal art skills to do my pixel art. So, you know, I can just sort of cut in here and do this. And it's like, all right, that's a bush. Now let's do like another layer. You know, you got your midground, your foreground layers, and typically you can just do this a few times. Make sure you flatten them out. And bushes and clouds are very similar. So this technique of like having a background and a foreground with 2 different shades works quite well for both. I'm not going to go very far with this, but you know, just so that you know sort of what my process is, you know, do this, you kind of want to cut in underneath. Like I can start by just smearing and smudging, and then eventually I'll have something that's close enough to what I want to do that I can start turning it into the specific shapes that I want. And I think pixel art, those specific shapes that you're looking for, oftentimes it's about recognizing patterns and knowing what kind of contours work. So like this is diagonal, this is curved. How do you fix that to make it look more pixel art? I would remove that, keep that gone and remove that. This looks like a curve that's smooth. Doing this doesn't look smooth. It's like, oh, we were going up and then we went across and then went up again. So like, maybe this should be like that. Okay, now that's smooth again. You know, understanding that is really, really important. And then following those contours. So like here, it's like, okay, I'm going around and then I'm cutting in and around. Maybe I should turn that into, I could make that a more pronounced shape, you know, maybe make it look more intentional. And I'm starting, I just basically rush through doing that process everywhere. I'm just going through this volume and going, okay, how do I turn these random squiggles into what appear more to be leaves, or, you know, the pixel art shapes that you recognize as leaves. And it's good to have one idea about what a leaf looks like. Like in this case, like, okay, that's my leaf that I'm going for. How do I find opportunities to create the appearance of that shape, or portions of that shape, or things that look like that shape everywhere? So bushes and trees are very much, for me, that exercise. It's how do I turn a volume of pixels into a volume that looks organized? But it's, you know, there's a lot of intuition you have to learn about, like not over detailing things and like when to pull back, that kind of stuff. It takes time, years to learn that stuff. But if you did it exclusively, like I'm a developer as well as I am a programmer. So, you know, it's something that you can learn faster if you're putting more time into it. You draw like 15 bushes, eventually the 15th one will be pretty good, I think. As long as you keep a clear vision on when things are working and when they're not working. You know, the big skill in pixel art, the really, really big skill that I think a lot of people struggled with at the beginning, is knowing how to zoom out psychologically. Like it's so tempting to sit here really close up and just dot pixels down pointillistically. There's a word for you. You know, thinking like, oh, like I'm gonna get this pixel just right. A lot of people start with that. But actually, you don't view pixel art that way unless it's really tiny. So you have to understand how to look at something locally and also from a distance. You know, how is it going to look at a distance? And understanding that like the shapes that you're creating, this versus this, contribute. It's like you ever think about like a horizon, like if you're looking at like a skyline? This is something that people who know how to do terrain generation understand. So it's this concept of octaves of detail. Okay. So if we look at, say, this image, I really should delete all of this and make it all of my sketches on a new file today. Okay. If you look at this, what is your brain actually seeing? Let's copy it a few times. On one level, from far away, you're seeing really just two peaks. On another level, you might be seeing that. And on a final level, really close up, you're seeing, you know, this. Okay. So at different distances, when you're looking at these, your brain will interpret them as the different kind of like, your brain can get aesthetic value out of things at different levels because there are other things at different scales competing for your attention. So when you're looking at this bush from all the way back here, you can't really interpret much else other than just the blobs of the shape. Like I'm seeing this in the foreground and this in the background separated by this. Okay? The question of, do I like that shape, should be answered before I'm asking if I like this shape. Like, do you like the big shapes? If you like the big shapes, then you can work on the small shapes. So for me, looking at this, I'd like to see this roll off more like this, and this become more pronounced. Because I think that it would be nicer to have a separation between this and the rest of it. Also, I'd like to bring in a bit more interest in the silhouette. You know, maybe we even do a little break in here. Maybe we come in here a little bit more. Maybe this is like a third separate cluster. Like, I'm making decisions about, you know, maybe I even want this to be higher up. I'm making almost like architectural decisions. And then fill this in here. Maybe come up over here. Structural decisions. So the point is, if you're able to make structural decisions early and then detailed decisions later, that saves you so much effort. Because like that was really easy for me to do, right? Because I hadn't really done much detail yet. But if I started going down this road of getting my third highlight in and doing all my little light catching bits, and now I'm thinking about my third, this is my third layer, my third octave of detail. Now it's a lot harder to make those judgments and fix them without screwing up something. So it's about like getting that structure in first, understanding that you're, okay, I'm happy with there being two mountains, you know, then I'm happy with this one being a little taller than that one. Then I'm happy with this having a few different peaks on it, you know, that layers of detail and learning how to make forward steps, corrective steps without committing too much. That's what takes time in pixel art. But you know what? That same thing can be said for all art. Literally all of it. Animation's the same. Painting is the same. It's like, how do you correct the mistakes before they're costly? Everyone's going to make mistakes. You're going to adjust things on the fly. I'm not like Bob Ross on this one. Like, I know that there's a difference between he wouldn't say so, but I think even Bob Ross would say there are some things that work and some things that don't. Understanding what doesn't work before it becomes a structural element of your work and avoiding that or shifting away from it, navigating around it, that's valuable. That's a skill. That's what skill is, actually. That's the knowledge aspect beyond the technical aspect. Because there's like the technique, there's like the physical the strokes that you're doing on the brush. And then there's the knowing what a good stroke looks like, knowing how to fix a bad one or what the next one should be. You know, like as I look at this, I'm happy with it. But, you know, I don't like this, for example. So I'm just going to contour that. Just knowing how to heal that space without it costing too much. Like the minimum amount of work to get yourself at the next viable point. Yeah, well, the thing is, I think Bob Ross has this idea of happy little accidents where you can find, in his mind, it's like everything you do can become a structural detail if you know how to, but he never really tells you how to do that. like if I just accidentally do this, it's like, oh, maybe this can be a row of flowers, and maybe there are flowers all over the place. It's like I have turned my accident into a decision, but he is so skilled that he can do that. But if you don't know how to do that, you can't. Those will remain accidents. They will just muck up what you're trying to do. He's so, and the other thing about Bob Ross is the work that he's doing is so templated. Like his paintings are so similar to each other that down to the brush stroke, he knows how to make a log cabin appear out of 3 strokes. He knows how to create a crashing wave out of 1 palette knife swirl, because that's his style is so consistent. His workflow is so, it's almost more like a performance than anything else. You know, he can do it in a performative way because it's so second nature. It's muscle memory, which is kind of like how I do this, right? Like my pixel art process is also a little bit like that because I do it live. I'm not sitting here with a 1 pixel brush, you know, fiddling around for 4 hours on one thing, because I don't have the time to do that, because people are watching and I want to make sure I'm doing a good job. So like, I'm happy with this bush now, you know, and I knew I was going to get here because of the time that I've put into pixel art and because of how much more experience I have navigating this stuff. But maybe you might have seen this 5 minutes ago and not had a lot of confidence that it was going to get here. You could even be looking at the same art as me. You could have the same process and get here the same way to like the 35% mark and go, oh, I don't know where to take this. Even if you had made most of the right decisions to get to that first 35%. So it's like it's a navigation thing in that it's like mountain climbing, you know. Sometimes you got to go, I'm going to mix my analogies here. Sometimes when you're on a mountain, you're trying to get from the bottom to the top. Sometimes you have to go down before you can go up. If we save this as bush, I'm just going to do that. Is there environment here? Sprites, objects, or instead, I'm sure there's bushes in the game. Rosebush is in character under, because they're specific. Or outside bush is in objects. Okay, well, let's just put it here. Typical bush. So if we look at the history state, and we scroll, you know, halfway up, maybe at this point you're looking at this and going, I don't know where this is going, you know. Up here, like, what's this line gonna do? It's a bit confusing. But when I made that first big chunk edit, even I was thinking to myself, like, this is quite destructive, you know, to what I was doing. But I knew that I wanted the silhouette to be different. And I know that I can heal the work in such a way that it's going to get where I need it to go. So, and I know that like all of the work, like, because I'm confident enough in which things matter, it's easy to then get it to here. But that's because I have a workflow, because I have experience. If you're asking me, like, the question that was asked was, how long does it take to get that experience? The answer is, it's iterative. It takes time and you'll have some things that you're good at, that you're confident with, and then you'll lose that confidence when you try to expand and do other things. Let's say you learn to draw trees. You'll draw trees and then you'll draw characters and you'll be like, oh my God, my characters suck. And then you'll spend ages drawing characters, and you might even get a little bit worse at drawing trees while you're drawing all your characters. It's like you're constantly just building skills, like layers, you know? Like, do you know what's like a reason, like a little lesson that I didn't talk about in this, that I know about drawing foliage? That's just like a little internal heuristic that I learned at uni in Gestalt theory when we were doing graphic design stuff, but like it's now baked into how I draw, and it's not even a conscious thought. It's just like while I'm working, I just know how to do this thing. It's continuous shapes. So like when you do this, you break that shape, you've now created 2 shapes. Sometimes you want that, but sometimes just creating a little bridge lets your eye do this thing where you're not seeing 2 bushes, you're seeing 1 bush with contours. The distinction between when to close a shape off so that it's isolated, like I could have done this. That changes a lot about how you perceive things. And just keeping that little, it's a 1 pixel, 2 pixel bridge of contiguousness, changes how you perceive it. That's like a Bob Ross thing that is probably one of like 50 million things that he does naturally that comes from experience that you will learn too, but it's hard to quantify. And sometimes it's like hazy. Like sometimes it's like you know how to do something, but you don't know how to describe how you do it. Which is why a lot of artists that are very talented are not good teachers, because they don't even know how to explain the things that they know how to do, or why they know how to do it, or why it matters. Like, you know who I like to follow sometimes? This is actually a really, really good example because the standard is super duper weird. Like, Sam Does Arts has a style. Okay, very typical. It's become typical.
What's up, guys? Welcome. Today we're inspiration. I'm gonna
like illustration style because it's very good looking, and it's very effective and it's efficient. You don't have to put a lot of like. How do I put this? I think he's able
What's up, guys? Welcome back.
to create a really gorgeous looking image very quickly. And he puts a lot of energy in the face and keeps it kind of clean and stylized everywhere else. It's very Disney inspired. This is very like Tangled, but it's been copied to oblivion. Like hundreds of thousands of people copy this guy's art specifically. And when he talks about bad art, he talks about like schlock. He's like, this is crap. And I'm looking at the work that he's looking at, and I'm like, I can't tell. Like, I don't know what it is that he's looking at, that he's seeing that makes it look bad. He's like, this is disgusting. Look at that. Crap. And I'm like, I don't know what it is. He's like, look at these lines. They're terrible. It's garbage. I'm like, I guess it looks AI generated, but I don't know what's garbage about it. Like, I don't know. I guess it's like, if someone drew that and showed me, I'd be like, that's great. It looks good to me. But again, because he's got a different set of skills, because he looks at different things, notices different things, he has different issues. Like this, for example, I guess I don't know anatomy that much. I guess this doesn't look natural to me, but I don't know the musculature enough of a person to know that it looks bad. So I probably couldn't fix that if I was drawing this and something went wrong. I don't know if I could sit here and do the like whatever edit I needed to make that look real. No, I'm not saying it doesn't look AI generated. it's totally AI generated. But if I was to say, put this in front of you and say, fix it with a pen, I don't know what the fix is. Like, to make it look more, because all drawing is stylized, right? Like, this doesn't look realistic. It looks like a drawing. They all look like drawings. But like, there are some things that are rules and some things that are not rules. So what's the rule that this violates that makes it, sure, it doesn't look realistic, but why don't we say stylized? Why don't we just say, oh yes, this is a stylized shoulder? It's like, no. It's a bad shoulder because of some rule that he knows that I don't. And he talks about musculature here. It's like, oh, that doesn't connect up that way. The sinews of the muscle, the ripples should go a different way. I don't know that answer because I don't draw men with their shirts off that often. So it's again, these are like these kind of, I mean, that's a quite obvious anatomical criticism, but with this kind of stuff, stylized stuff, it's a lot harder for me. You know, I don't, it's like there are these implicit rules when you're talking about stylized drawings that make something good or bad. Like this image versus this image. I mean, I know I like this one better. I know I like the shapes better, but I can't tell you what's wrong with this, really. And the other thing that really gets me is that, like, even if I was to draw this and make it better, it would be better in the direction of what I like to see, but it might not be objectively better. Or at least it might, you know, sometimes it's like, how do you make something better in the direction that the person intended it to look? I know how to make it look better, but it would look more like my work. But how do you like fix something objectively so that the things that are wrong are improved without losing what it was supposed to be? It's hard. Like even this, I wonder what he's going to say.
You could zoom in and also make a case. Some of these random elements here that don't really match up with the hair on the other side.
Like, I don't know. That looked okay to me. That's like the hair, right? It's not perfect, but like a human could make the same mistake.
Artifacts in the mouth. You know, some of these random elements here that don't really match up with the hair on the other side. You can zoom in and also make
looks okay.
A case for the collar looking a little bit weird.
Sure,
but, hey,
I guess.
This could also just be someone's artwork, right?
Right?
It's plausible. And then let's say I want to look for some more artwork in this similar style. Okay, now look at the absolute slop that becomes my feed. None of these are made by humans. I mean, we can just...
I don't know that. I don't know that. Do you know what I mean? Looking at it. Like this...
Just continue
I don't know.
scrolling here and it's just non-stop.
Like that looks pretty good to me. Is that not a human?
AI slop. I mean, this is incredible. Like you'd be lucky to find one piece like this that was actually made by a human artist. And for me, I can kind of tell that this was made by a human because there are some marks here that look very intentional. I can see where the hand might have followed the stroke of the pen here to create this image. But honestly, sometimes I have trouble discerning between AI and human-made art too. So imagine if you were a new artist and you were just starting out, how in the world would you realize something like this? Jesus Christ, man. I had to pause for a minute just to make sure I wasn't accusing someone of making AI when it was actually not. Like, look at this slop. Look at how the double eyelid doesn't even continue all the way down. The eyelashes don't connect.
Like, I don't know. You could just forget. I mean, I know that this is AI because I can see the line blending is definitely AI generated. So this is 100% an AI generated work. But like that specific criticism of like the double eyelid doesn't go all the way around. I might forget to do that if I was drawing a character. I might forget to continue the double eyelid all the way. You know, like it's, I don't know. It's art isn't perfect. Some people might be though, but that's the thing. He is an expert at drawing faces. That's all he does. Like that's like his drawings are like a face with a scene around it, you know, a lot of the time. Even if it's a full body character shot, it's like all of the energy is here. It's portrait work, you know. I mean, he's an expert at that. Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's one of those things where, like, on one hand, I it, did I draw before I did pixel art? I did draw, yeah, for sure, 100%, a lot. I wanted to be an artist. I wasn't very good, but I was okay. I've become a lot better, but I don't think I could have been like, well, maybe I could have been like a small time, like, amateur digital artist. Maybe by now I'd be pretty good if I just stuck with it. But at the time, I think I just had other more diverse interests that I could never be like a full-on concept artist. But pixel art's great because I can sort of mold it. That's what I like about it. Anyway, I think, yeah, generally, all I was really trying to say, we kind of went on a side trip here. What I was really trying to say is that, like, learning art is a skill that is a continuous skill. It's not something that you just sort of learn and then it's like, okay, and now I'm good enough. It's like a constant, you're always improving a little bit at a time. You know, there are things that you'll learn today that you'll unlearn tomorrow, and there will be things that you consider to be absolute rules that you'll learn to break later as well. All right, let's keep going. I gotta get some more cabs off the rank task-wise. No, it's not a digression. I drew a bush. Hey, Chess Champ. How's it going? I think sculpture is actually an awesome approach to a lot of things. Recently, I was providing some feedback for our trailer, some animation, and I was trying to explain to the person who was doing the animation what I wanted Armin to be doing. And they're obviously animating traditionally with line art. I animate with blobs. So for me, I was able to communicate this shot in 7 frames in about 45 minutes so that they could draw it. Like, this is much more easy to edit and adjust and get right if you're not drawing lines. So to me, like, pixel art has really saved me as an artist because it's meant that I could approach understanding these high level concepts much more achievably, much more like gently, you know? You can learn big lessons with low stakes with pixel art. About process, you know? Thinking about, like, efficiency. All right. Yeah, let's do this. I can do that. I don't know why that was a red one, but anyway. Okay. So right now, Armin, when we walk into this, he steps away and then immediately gives his "I'm not allowed to go through that door" thing. But instead, we want it to be that we interact with the door and then it gives us that. So I think the problem here is that the door itself does not have a collider on it to stop us from going through the door. And in the past, the doors that have had locks on them have been interaction doors, like Z depth doors. So like this door, you have to press S to go through it. This one you don't. Now, I can like make an affordance with an S appear up here, like the interaction button. But the collider is the thing that makes it work. So if I turn trigger on collision off and then just try to walk through the door, now it'll behave the way that I want. So I guess what I need to do is make it so that trigger on collision is set to false if the required flag is not currently active. I'm just going to hack something in here. It shouldn't be too complicated. That's terrible. Check side door trigger on enterable. Triggerable on entry, maybe. If door dot if kind type. No, what did I call these things? Direction equals east or west. So let's break this up. Actually, this is or. Either it's null or we have it. So if we don't, then trigger on collision equals false. So you could say instead, trigger on collision equals No, it's more like this. There we go. If it's a side door, then whether or not we can trigger on collision is determined based on whether or not we have permission to enter. There we go. Yeah, chiptune versus orchestral. Very good. Good comparison. When you quantize the space that you're working in, it gives you more clarity over the choices that you're making. Perfect. First try. All right. The next thing I want to do is maybe move this door over. Ah, that's a problem. I still think it should be like this, actually. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this layer forward so that we run into the side of the door a little bit earlier. We can go further with this thing. Plenty of space. We could keep going. I just kind of want him to run into the middle of the door before he's able to go. Like that. That's perfect. You can't see it. That's pretty much what I want. I also think maybe we could actually bring this offset further in. Right now, the door's quite deep. So let's go into this side door. And this offset, let's bring it across this way a little bit more. Then I just want to set this to be a random other door and then side door. Now you can see that this line, this trigger starts right in the middle of the door, which means now we can push it back even further again. And he won't have to run as far either. So that's pretty good. And then, I mean, even that S could be further over because the door is here. What do I want to do? I could bring it, bring it further across even. Okay, let's keep going. I mean, like 40 pixels. Oh, it was only 6 pixels. Oh, okay, maybe like 1. Like 20 pixels even. There we go. So like, oh yeah, that's a lot further. That might be too much, but let's keep playing with it and see what happens. He can't even interact with the trigger. Yeah, because the physics collider of the wall and the trigger is there. So this would have to be back a little. Okay. Then I'll move this over back to like 14. We're getting pretty tenuous here. I don't want things to be dependent on like a couple pixels. So then I need to bring the door back across to here. And then we're looking at that versus that. Yeah, like that's too close. That's not even, it should never be that close. We could bring in this trigger a little bit to the left. Like it feels like you should be able to interact with that earlier. We could also move the button prompt over for side doors specifically. Right now, I think it's 64 pixels is where this is relative to the thing. If I go back over here, default offset X is 80 pixels. I mean, 72 can't be that bad. That's not going to change a whole lot. hopefully. So now we've got, that's our door. Yeah, that's a bit healthier, I think. I think that's better. But he goes in really deep now. So we got to move now the door back a little bit, and then we'll be all right. Hey, DM1. So now this offset goes back over to like, again, 0 maybe now would be perfect. That would be amazing if I didn't have to offset it at all. Nah, a little bit. Like 0.06 is probably okay. That's dead on perfect. Couldn't ask for better. I just want Armin's body to not be able to go quite so far. Okay. That's good. I still don't like where the S shows up, but it's better than nothing for now. Otherwise, I have to move it. I'd have to move the S based on the offset of the collider, which, do you know what? Maybe that's the right thing to do. Maybe we should just do that. Oh God, transform.find button prompt. Terrible, terrible, Adam. Such an old component. I can't believe I'm still doing that. I mean, the prompt is right there. Are there doors that have a different thing? I think I'm just going to fix this right now. It's very reckless of me to do this way. But okay. So the offset here, so this Y is going to be the same. But the X is going to be offset X times. That might just be enough, actually. Let's see what happens. Well, where did it go? Whoa. Whoa, buddy. Local. Whoops. How do you... I snap them... There's just some logic in the script that when I change the transform, it just does it. So... Now... the S is pinned to the... that doesn't seem right. That seems like the offset is larger than... I was thinking that we'd go from this X, this plus, to this point in terms of width, so that the S would have been right here. But I'm not sure... Do you know what? It might be, if we go pivot... No. Okay. Wait, if I put this at 0, is that right above that? Wait, it is right above that. So how come... What? How come this was over here at point... That is 0.72. I must be doing something different. When I do offset x, default offset x, minus size delta divided by 2, so it's half of a door. Terrible. Why can't you just move the S with the mouse? Because I have like 100 doors in the game, and I don't want the position of that thing to be based on where I physically place it with my mouse. More than 100. I've probably got 300 at this point. This is a failure now on MeTube. This is called a failure to appreciate scale. When you're 7 years deep into a development project, something that takes you 2 hours to set up, but will save you 100 hours over the next 2 years is worth doing. Even if the one thing you're doing is going to take you 2 hours, even though the thing's only it's only 5 minutes now, why are you spending 2 hours to fix 5 minutes? Because that 5 minutes is something I'm going to have to spend 300 times from now. 300 times more if I do it just in the short way. Hey, Phony. Thank you so much. Welcome. This is nothing. Doing this and spending 5 minutes getting the position right is nothing. I think that what I've missed here is that the edge of this thing is actually I need to find the distance of the box collider's leftmost edge if it's a side door. What's your bench and squat? I don't know what that means. So here the offset is like 152, which is where we were, but that actually is like from the center. Yeah, this is going to be updated for every single door in the game. This scene has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 doors, 6 doors. So what I'm doing now is multiply by 6. multiplied by every other scene in the game. Yeah. I am doing that. I'm locking the S. But let me just figure out. Let me just actually solve it rather than explaining. So the right way to do this, if we want it, this is kind of like, maybe this should be like an on validate. Ooh. I hate that happens. All right. So I might have to do a switch case here. It's it's really this. It's so annoying that I have to do this way because I'd love to put that code here and not have to worry about it. But unfortunately, we have to do it this way. So let's be programmatic about it. It's the base of the door plus the height of the door, which has got a default height. So it's vector to default pos equals new vector 2 0, not 0, height. I've hard coded it at 64. Let's change that. I'd love to make this a vector too. Let's clean this up. Refactoring. So We really just want to do east and west. I think the rest is the same. Oh my gosh, I'm making it hard for myself. 3 semicolons. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. So, for now, I'm actually going to kind of hard code this. I'm going to say plus equals vector 2. If it's local position, it should be the same either way. So actually, we don't need to switch case. We're going to say if direction equals east or direction equals west. Make this real simple. What is this? Numerics? Get out of here. I didn't ask for you. Okay. So we could say here plus equals vector 2 dot right times let's just say 0.64 f. We'll call it vector 3 dot right just to make everybody happy. I think that might be all we have to really do. So where have I got that? On validate. Okay. That's basically it, right? I think that's 64 pixels. Yeah. So like, instead I might make it like 54. It'd be nice to derive 54 as like, it would be something like the way we would do it is we would take this position minus half of the width. So it's box collider 2D. Yeah. So it's like float distance equals collider I think it's interactable collider dot offset dot x minus interactable collider dot width size dot width dot x, I guess, divided by 2. That's technically much better. Adam Teodoro says, this class is very big. It's an beast practice. I know it's a really old class. It's one that I should probably get around to fixing and making a bit smaller. Don't judge me too harshly. There we go. It's right above the door. Yeah, the problem with this component is the doors in my game are quite complicated because they are not only the doors, they are also the thing that manages the visual appearance of the doors. So it's also like an editor. So like I can take any door in the game, yeah, And I can go, oh, I want this to actually be a west-facing door, and I want it to take the appearance of this. Oh, actually, I want this to be an east-facing door, and I want it to take the appearance of this. No, it's a neutral door, and I'll make it, you know, this. So it's not, you know, and it's adjusting all of the settings for the collider and the button prompt. It's a big class, but like, it's not, you know. I don't need to defend it. It works. Oh. Like, it's a big class, but it's not that big. It's just got a lot of things that it can do. Like, there's the difference between a door that is on trigger enter. That's got different behavior from a door that is a door that you walk through. So like this, you know, this, there's a door here that it triggers as soon as you cross over the threshold. That has a different interaction criteria than if you were to press the S button to go through that door. And those are the differences between them. Oh, where did this go? Is this not in the build? The differences between them need to be held in the same script as far as I'm concerned. Because I don't want to have to like create a different script to manage the difference between those two, because it would be harder for me to edit it in the editor. Like it would have to delete and attach a new component for like, oh, like now you want to make this a door that you press the button to go through. Now we have to remove this component and add this component. There's no point. I could put it in different classes without components, but like now we're just splitting hairs. I'm happy with it. It's not, you know, a switch case with 1,000 line entries in it. All that for a mushroom. Okay. Thank you. Okay. What else? Hey, Syracuse, welcome. Oh, thanks for watching. Best of luck with your game. What else? Portraits would be good for Armin. Martin behavior to make room for shield design. This is something I need to fix. I'm a bit anxious about it today, but I guess it's important. Fmod controller for cutscenes. That's important too. Which one do I feel more? This is like the ADHD fixer. If you have a thing that you have to do and you don't want to do it, just find a different thing that you have to do and treat that as the escape from the first thing you have to do. There's a lot of stuff. This is important. This is like, yeah. This is more like fix. New background. It's not Trello. It's actually Figma. Armin's ledge grab, get up sprite. That I think is more like a delegate task to the animation team. And this one too. They're both tasks for the animation team. Oh, I love being able to do that. Okay. Shield mount behavior to make shield design. Boss fight refactors. Switches. I don't know why I thought I needed to do this. I think it's more like set placement of switches for campaign. I think I should. This needs to be like before Friday. It is above, it's high up in the list. This is important. This is important. This is new item refs. I think we'll just skip that. I'll ask him if he needs it. Yeah, you don't need a backend. Figma's got its own backend. But Trello is, Trello is Kanban, and Kanban started on like whiteboards, blackboards in like Japan, in Toyota in like the 50s or whatever. So, they didn't have backends then. All right. Polish Crucible Zone. I kind of did do some of that already, but that's an ongoing task. That's really going to live over here in Polish because it says the word Polish. Internal second tone for Thailand. That's, man, so low on the list. Martin Demak background, Crucible tiles. Okay, what else we got? Finish. This is Polish now. It's high Polish, but it's Polish still. Finish Armin's rework portraits. Spice for additional crafting items. Fix play parry sound conditions. Yeah. Dialogue for additional crafting items. Okay, we're getting there. What about this stuff? Yeah, more Athenium level design. Have I got that? No. So actually, this and this, these are like stopping me from finishing the playthrough of the game. So maybe we should do that right now. I did this. I've got this. This needs... the switch. Actually, so coming back here, this is going on my to-do list. and I'm going to give myself until 4:30. I might have to add a bit of height to this level because I want to show the bridge opening. What's cool is I can go to this level, grab this, not that it's that different, and then go this one here. I want to add about that much. Pretty close. I think that's going to be enough. It might even be too much. Let's drop one off. And then that's pretty straight, and that's pretty straight. All right, let's have a look. So this will ruin some placement stuff, but if we do that, a little bit more, that's probably good enough to use. Cool. So what do? We need to move this. We can shuffle it maybe a little bit higher until it's there. That'll do. Now let's just check the cutscene. I have a new task. Making it high priority. All right, that was good. That looks really good. I still think maybe in the cutscene we could go a little higher up to just to see the bridge. I think that high is high enough. Maybe a little higher still. And then maybe we move the whole bridge a little bit over. So when we get up to the very, very top, we see the whole bridge. Yeah. Maybe we shouldn't see the whole bridge. I almost don't want to see it all. Let's go like just to there. And I also think we should move this back a little just so that it's nice and equal on the way up. Yeah. Get this away. And then we can move the condition to trigger it over to here again. Man, I have absolutely zero regrets about building this many tools for how I do like editing timelines and stuff. I have zero regrets. I'm so happy with how I do it. Incredibly happy. Being able to make this kind of change in like a couple seconds, like, I want to see a bit more of this, like that, is like peak. That's like, when I'm doing that, I'm being the director. I'm not being a programmer. I'm not editing a timeline. I'm like, as the director of the game, I want to see this. Do I like that? Good. That's production. You can't go into production if you can't edit the game easily and quickly. You can't like make a funny joke inside of a cutscene with the camera if you can't direct the camera that quickly and easily. Workflows are like, it's so important. It seems almost like tautology. It's almost like who needs to be told any of the stuff. But I really do feel so passionately about UX and tool development. Like so passionate. It's the difference between a game being a project and a game being a product. In my opinion. It's like, will your game be worth anyone's time? You can't, because you can't have a relationship with the player if you can't play your own game. If you can't perceive it as a player, then you can't think like a player or enjoy it like a player. Because you're too stuck in a code editor or whatever it is. Still not like 100% happy with this stuff. Like I'm a pretty, what's the word? Picky guy. You know, I'm picky about how things look and how they work. But like, if you build it right, the tools, then you can afford to be picky. It doesn't hurt you to be picky. Being picky just leads to better stuff. Beautiful. All right, that's amazing. So now we wanted to add a switch here and a cutscene that plays when you open the switch. I actually have the sequence. I guess I have to make a destructive edit here and delete the old one. In fact, this doesn't make sense anymore because it used to be the case that this little switch was on this side of the bridge and you only could operate the bridge once you got to that side. So he says, that feels counterproductive. Like I had to open because there was a rail. There was a rail here that if you stood on it and you pulled the trigger, the rail would pull you to the other side of the bridge and that would change the orientation of the bridge to do it. But anyway. Oh, no, he'd start here. He'd pull the switch. It would bring him over to this side. And then the bridge would be closed. And then he couldn't run across. He'd have to go up and around again. Doesn't matter now. Still, this doesn't have a timeline asset, so let's create it. Let's go to this, and then go to director, and then close bridge sequence. Don't play on awake. Plug that in there. This is play. That's all good. So this reached bridge mechanism needs to become true when you interact with this. Let's see if I can make that quickly. Create empty interaction. So the idea here is condition state manager. My operable is the switch. Huh? What? Please put an object meeting interface ioperable in this field. Isn't the switch an operable? Interactable. Oh, the switch isn't operable. The bridge is operable. Interaction. Oh, we should be able to make this the bridge change anyway. So yeah, that's fairly straightforward. Bridge conditions. So that's already set up. I still want to create an interaction prompt. What does that do? No. Interactable, no. No. It's a condition behavior. And the condition is when you pull the trigger of the switch, when you interact with it, then we want to set a quest flag. But the switch already does that. I think it's already got a flag on it. Required flag. It's got a flag. Oh, I see. Hang on. Is there no set flag on this thing? Interesting. Okay. Hey, Dog Scholar. Oh, you want to see the mechanism. You want to see the switch, you mean, right at the end. Or do you mean you want to see the bridge and then look down at the mechanism? I see. Yeah, I could see that as being valid. Open-ended for a sequel. No, it's going to have an ending. Oh, I wouldn't have the camera move left and right. Okay. I need to think about this. Give flag, inventory flag check. I don't actually, do I really not have? Do I really not have a thing that sets a flag when you interact with the switch? That is absurd. That can't be right. Stuck sequence, required flag, success sound, fail sound, switch sound, animator mechanism, button prompt, trigger on collision, interactable collider. What? How have I gone through the game like this? Do you know what? I think what I did was I have an event for when you trigger Unity event trigger switch. I must have. How do the elevators work? Respond to switch. That doesn't even work. How does this work? Wow, I'm gonna have to check it out. I think actually this might have been, I think I know what I did. Elevator. I think I know what I did. I think it's that the elevator has a switch component, or the switch like specifically has an elevator that it's pointed to. Yeah, and on the switch. Oh no, send message. Oh no. Oh, I know what I did. I see. Okay, the switches really didn't do anything. Hang on a second though. Hang on. That can't be right. Because in the mountainside scene, I literally do this. Hang on a second. There actually is a switch that does this. So what did this switch used to do? It has a bridge as its mechanism, and the bridge has a switch director controller, which responds to the switch. Oh, gross. Yeah, this is why, this is what, okay, see this script? See how ugly this is? There's a script specifically for like one actual tiny interaction. The system in my game that I built to replace that is this system. So this kind of thing here, where it's just one component and the component checks some stuff and does some stuff based on that. This is like no more custom scripts that specifically do one thing. This sucks. I hate this. This is like it's literally just setting up simple game logic in the inspector. That's all it's really for. So my question is, do I really not have a simple game logic thing where responding to this sets a quest flag? I suppose I don't. And I'm not sure. I've got this. Hey, only a developer. Thank you so much for the sub. Hey, Gorman. I'm doing well. Yeah, I think I mean, it would be straightforward to make it so that the switch sets a flag when you trigger it. To me, that's the most straightforward thing. It would also be important, I think, for the switch to have a flag that reflects its current position. Right now, I think you pull them and they reset, so it's actually fine. They don't have a position. You just always pull them once and they do the thing and then they stop. So the question is, do we have a flag to say that we've pulled it once? And that's it? We just have a flag that just says, oh yeah, you've been here and you've pulled this trigger. We could put that on the switch. I have this thing here. Where we have this give flag is pretty straightforward. And this is on trigger enter. Again, another kind of useless script. What would be nice is if this had a, what's this quest flag state controller? No, not that. Defer it, nope. So this and kind of condition behavior. This is the thing that I'm kind of trying to figure out. So it's like the idea would be on interaction with the switch. If this is true, set a quest flag. So it would be condition flag setter or something like that. How do I not have that in the game? I'm so confused as to why that has to be. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. We really don't have even one thing in the game that sets a quest flag based on an interaction that you do. I can't believe that's not the case. So like interaction prompt. Yeah, you interact with, this has got a conditional operator. It checks to see if you've done a bunch of stuff. And then it extends or retracts this thing, depending on which of these is true. But there's nothing. So this interaction condition has the interaction with this thing and says, okay, you've interacted with this. That's one of the conditions. Extend. Huh. So the other condition that this extends on is if you've already discovered, well, either of these things is true. If either you've done this or you've done this. So then, oh, there you go. This quest flag happens when you touch the top. When this gets to the top, there's a box here. So it's like inadvertently it works that way. But actually, still, there is no component in the game that actually sets up a quest flag specifically when you interact with something. That's nuts. You would think that's crazy. All right. So I'm going to rename this to like give flag on trigger. So that I can make a new one called flag condition manager or something. Condition flag setter. Yeah, that's good. Now, there's a thing here where condition state manager is doing a little bit of logic that I don't want to copy too many times. It's a little bit annoying. It's basically saying, hey, like I've got all these, in this case, a list of condition state manager says, hey, I've got all of these like condition operations, and I'm going to check to see if they've changed ever when they become true. They are based on condition behaviors. Oh, that's okay. No, this should be fine then. Condition behavior has the on true event. So yeah, I don't need to do anything crazy with this. Oh, nice. Okay. So here I just have to say like public condition behavior condition, and then say behavior condition, dot on true dot add listener respond to set true, and then I'll do it for false as well. And this is going to expect something condition behavior. Okay, it's just basically set quest manager dot set quest flag. We need a flag reference, public quest flag. True. False. So this is a very tiny script as well, but this one will be used in like a bunch of different scenarios for any kind of condition that could possibly change in the game. So like you walk into a trigger box, you interact with something, you run a cutscene, you get an item in your inventory. All of that can now be managed by this one script, as long as we just pass this into this and set this to bridge. Reached bridge mechanism is that. And then the cutscene, this sequence, will play when we have reached the bridge mechanism. Now this doesn't work. Yeah, that would have been really good there. That would have been awesome. Oh, if only we could have done that. Where then we just plug the mechanism directly into the cutscene. That would have saved me a whole thing, a whole quest flag. The problem is, this is a scriptable object. It doesn't have any reference to an interactable. Now, if we wanted to, we could have this be a dummy, like a placeholder, and we could have a sequence player with a slot for an interactable, and we plug it in the sequence player in the scene. Ooh, that would save us a lot, actually. This is still useful. But if I could plug the switch directly into the switch sequence here, because it expects an interactable, wouldn't that be something? Have I ever tried gdevelop? No, I haven't. The only thing is, this is hard to do, I guess. I could like inject it at runtime. Everything that has an interactable on the game object, I pass it in. So this switch sequence, I like literally have a thing here called interactable. I'm down for it. I'd love to be able to hide this if none of the sequences in the editor. Do I have? I don't think I have a sequence player editor. No. I'd love to be able to hide it if none of the internal sequences in the list required one. Just don't show the property. All right, let's do this. So the interactable is the switch. We're going to remove this checker. We don't need it anymore. The switch can live under the switch sequence. First of all, let's make the switch sequence live under the switch. Set its position to 0, 0, and then bring it out of that. And now it lives up there, and then put this inside of that. Now this is 0, 0, and that's in the weird position that we put it in. Okay, so the idea here is that this interacting will just, we can do this. Does this have an on trigger? It does. Hoo hoo hoo. Okay. Wait a second. Interactables. Get components in children. Oh. Now that's something. On trigger, on D trigger, on... Yeah, man. That's pretty good. I don't need to do anything now. All right, there's a little thing here. Yeah. So this checks the requirement, which is a condition with multiple expressions. And the problem is, yeah, I got it on start. Okay. This is so fun. Oh, I'm so excited. This is going to make my life a lot easier. So it's like this. For each event sequence, ES, in sequences, if ES dot, and then for each expression in ES dot requirement dot expressions, if e expression dot operand dot kind is interaction, expression dot operand dot interactable equals condition interactable. Just like that. Now, for me to check this, I press play. This can get out of here. I don't need this anymore. Wait a second. Bridge conditions. Oh, yeah. Well, this should happen also if the switch is triggered. So for now, we'll just chuck that in there. Press play. Nothing breaks. Now, before, remember how I said there was no way to check to see if the scriptable object had an interactable because you couldn't assign it at the scriptable object level? Ah, type mismatch. Why did we get a type mismatch? What I was looking for was to see this appear here in the scriptable object, even though it's not right. Now, this is a type of what? Type of interactable. This is a type of interactable. Therefore, it should work. I think type mismatch might be, it might not know that it's not a mismatch. It might look like a mismatch. Can I not do this at runtime? Hey, Grandma, how's it going? Is it not something I can do at runtime? It's not quite right anyway. Because it's... Yeah. Oh, no. Huh. Yeah. The basis on which we check the values are going to desync. I can't make the sequence play on interaction. Because it needs to check on interaction. Oh, can I set it? Can I set this value on the operand? This interactable triggered. Respond to execute. Oh, we're getting a bit in the weeds now. I need to be very careful. So what's the problem here? Cannot convert from void to interactable. Condition interactable on trigger is a new I event, which requires an interactable as a thing, and to respond to execute. Oh, it doesn't need us to put that in there. Wait, no? Can we do this? Yeah, there we go. Sorry, my brain didn't work. Do you still join game jams? I do, yeah. I really want to do one soon. I did one last October. I'll do another one soon. Cool. Let's see if that works now. It might not because of race conditions. I need to be really careful with it. Oh, it worked. It actually did something. When the bars come in, you know it's playing. Let's just kill this. Save it. Press play. See what happens. No. Oh, because we've got a timeline now. Oh, yeah. Hang on. We're almost there. We need a dialogue track. We do that. We do this. We load it in. Done. Hell yeah, brother. Wow. 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 I hope this works for the reason I think it works. Oh. Nah, it works anyway. I think it just works anyway. Let me see if I can check this thing. How can I make this more stringent? Oh, the interactables. Yeah, maybe this. If I took this away, which is not great to do long term, but it's doing get component in children, so it's no big deal. I'll fix the gears, don't worry, I'll fix them. I'll make them look right later. Okay, no good. I really want this to work the way that I want it to work. I think the idea of injecting the interactable into the condition for the quest sequence to play is really, really cool. Right now, it's just going to play whatever. It's just going to force it to play just because. I wonder what type mismatch is. I wonder why we get that. Like, it allows me to, and it might be that inspecting it this way is going to show the type mismatch, but in the scene, in memory, it's okay. In fact, let's ask the question. We can ask the question inside of operand. When we check this value, debug.log, not here, interactable. That is smart, because if that returns a value, then it doesn't matter what's shown in the inspector. It just did it. It actually knows. So it's good. Now we need to check this debug.log. Interacting with I. I'm so close. Yeah, but that doesn't... Oh, it does do it. Wait, it does do it. It actually worked. Exactly as I wanted it to. So hang on a second. Was I right? I can't tell. Maybe I just need this anyway. Oh, because I didn't assign these anyway. Ah, yeah. Condition interactable. It's just this. Hang on a second. I can make this work nicely. D. What is it? Not D. C? D? No. Control D. Control D. There we go. Yeah. So this, I do this, and then I do this. It still might not be enough. but let's have a look. I know 5 knacks. Well, that's my question. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Let's have a look. Ooh. Why'd that fail? What's going on here? Immediately 999 issues. I think we have to say if. It already works though. Yeah, but it doesn't. If it doesn't work for the right reason, then we've got a problem. It works. It works because of the on trigger on condition interactable. Now, the only other thing that we need to check to make sure this is really working that I can think of is that if this check actually, well, there's no condition right now. If this is a false check, then it shouldn't play. If we can toggle whether it plays, hang on. Hang on a second. Oh, that's okay. I mean, interactables. Yeah, let's just do that for now. We don't need to really worry about it, I don't think. Okay, if pulling this doesn't, but it did play it. I don't know what to do, if I should persist or not. It feels kind of lofty. And there's a lot of sensitive stuff in here. The thing is, there's like so many different layers that could screw this up. You don't want to see that. So the issue is this. This is the, let's say we've got like the quest flag, right? or the sequence. So the sequence is like a little film reel thing. Doot, doot. Okay, here's our sequence. The sequence is going to check, sequence player is going to check whether or not the condition is true. This condition, if we set it to false, right, the condition is interacted. That's the condition. Before we've interacted with the switch, this correctly is false, right? Like we haven't interacted with it. Therefore, we can play the sequence because we haven't interacted with the switch. So it's going to say, yes, we are qualified to play this sequence. What it then does is it puts this sequence in the slot that says we're ready to play. Ready to play. Whenever we're told to play our next sequence, this is the one we'll play because we haven't triggered the switch, just like you wanted me to. You've turned it off, right? That's this condition here, is true as false. So, okay, fine. Then the sequence player has this thing. This is the sequence, sorry, not the player. The sequence is there. It says, yep, we're ready to go. Then I pull the trigger on the mechanism, on the switch. Ching. And then it goes, okay. Sequence player says, oh, my interactable has just been triggered. I'm going to play the next thing in my bucket. And then it plays the cutscene. Now, if instead we make this a true check, we shouldn't see this in the bucket because we haven't pulled the trigger yet, right? Nothing in the bucket. We pull the trigger, it goes, what I think and hope is happening is it goes, hey, set your next thing. And it goes, oh yeah, well, have we pulled the trigger? Yes, we have. Now we're going to put it in there and we can play it. I can't tell whether it's both outcomes are giving me true because it's plugged in this way, or if it's not even plugged in at all and it's just playing this just because it happens to be there in the list of sequences to play. Would you ever accidentally have an injection overlapping with the previous in levels with more than one of these? Previous. Well, the injection, this is physically placed on the game object as a whack. It's in an inspector. So you can't accidentally, I don't know if that's what you mean. You can't accidentally trigger something for something else. Are cutscenes in Unity hard? Yeah. It's really hard. For me, it's been one of the most difficult things in the game to design and implement a good cutscene system. Yes, extremely hard. It's probably like one of the biggest single pieces of work next to the action combat animation system. Sequencing is like a nightmare. You add a new event call for every interactable then. It's not even it's just this is just listening to the thing that's been plugged into it. That's all. It's not a statically accessible system. Injection. I mean, injection basically is like I have this thing and it doesn't know, it knows that it needs something, but it doesn't have it yet. And then at some point, something comes along and gives it to it so that it knows how to do what it needs to do. I learned that this week. Yeah. Injection. It's like when you pass into a constructor of an object, a thing that object needs to do its job as a parameter. That's injection, basically. So when I say injection in this context, what I mean is this cutscene has an interactable. The cutscene is described in a data file as a scriptable object. Scriptable objects have no idea about the scene that they're in because they're not in a scene. They're just files in the project, right? They're just data files. So this on its own cannot ever have any reference inside of it to anything to do with what's happening in a scene, because it's defined literally here. It's a file, but I want it to respond when we interact with something in the scene. So I'm going to inject the interactable that this is going to check at runtime. I'm going to pass the interactable in from the scene's perspective. Like when we're in the scene, this sequence player is going to take this interactable, which is the switch, and it's going to pass the switch and its event callbacks that it needs into the event at runtime. So that when this is running the instance of this file that's sitting in this sequence player, this guy here, closed bridge sequence, when it's here in the scene, then we can say, hey, this is the switch that you were actually waiting for, that you couldn't define at the file in the file here. But now that we're running the game and we're inside of a scene, I can give you the switch because we're in the scene, we have the context. It's the same reason why in the timeline, yeah, if I'm inspecting a timeline, like closed bridge sequence timeline, I can inspect this, right? And I can see stuff, you know, I can see like clips and whatever, but I can't, like if I'm not in a scene, if I'm just like somewhere else in the game and I want to like talk about like, oh, there's a game object that I want to enable. It's like, what game object? You can't inspect this. You can't even press play because you're not looking at the timeline in any context. You're looking at it as a data file. But if I take this exact same timeline closed bridge sequence and inspect it inside of a scene, there's closed bridge sequence. I click it. The second I do that, there's the play button. Now I can play the sequence because we have a scene that we're looking at it inside of. Now I can start throwing game objects on here and saying whether or not they're active or not. Same editor, same file, but because I happen to be opening it from within the scene context, now I can give it information. Otherwise, it's just reading the text file, you know, the data file, the scriptable object. So yeah, complicated concept. It's a bit weird, but that's just how it has to be. So anyway, closed bridge sequence. I want this to have an interaction as its condition. I could have nothing as its condition, but I feel like it's just better practice to be explicit that we need something to interact with in order to play this cutscene. The only thing that I'm concerned about is previously I was doing this in a very generic sense. I was just like forcing to press the play button on the sequence player. And if a sequence had no condition or a condition that was met through other means, like a quest flag that we did 5 minutes ago, it would just play that one. Not as a requirement, but just because it was already like it's loaded in the player, we're just pressing the play button when we pull this trigger. So instead, it's almost like we're pushing the button with a specific button pushing thing, and this is asking, hey, I need this button pushing thing to happen before you press play on me. So maybe what we can do is there's one thing here that I can check. This respond to execute. Let's have a think. This is happening. there needs to be a point where we can actually say, hey, I am close bridge sequence and I am being set to true because of my interactable firing. That needs to be the thing that we check. So let's have a look. Sequence player. Prepare for next sequence. That's not going to be it. On trigger, add listener, on trigger. That's got to be it. Or on interaction. I don't know what the difference is between these two. Oh, I know. On trigger, there's a difference. On interaction is, oh, you interacted with the thing. On trigger is, Armin's pulled the thing now. So NQ sequence, current sequence. Otherwise, prepare for interaction. Oh, okay, that's just when you interact with it. Okay. So on interaction, prepare for next sequence. It's this that I need. So here, yeah, I built them. Yeah, sequence is custom. Sequence player is also custom. Okay, nothing. Wait, that worked? Wait a second. It didn't play when this was set to true, which means it must be working. It must be. I think it's working. I think it's working specifically for the reason that it has to. I don't think it can. I think it's perfect. All the fears that I had about the race condition, I think are gone. Responding to trigger. Twice. Both times nothing. Yeah. Wow. Holy moly, we got it. Okay. I guess it just needed me to... I don't think I did anything different. I don't remember what I did to make it now work and not work before. But now my question is, to sew this all back up, what do I do about my old interactables? My condition, these things here. These interactables. I guess I just leave them on. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's actually a really, really good distinction to make. I should have done that before. If I move the switch off of the game object, that's another really good way to check this. Hey. Yes. And then finally, go back to this and turn this off again. Ooh, what's happening here? I'm just gonna compile, maybe. Ooh, what is that? Programmer of the year. So update, check interactable trigger, pop interaction, trigger, on trigger interactable. So this is saying, hey, we have not got this. This is not null. We've added it to interactables, and then we've set up the operands to match it. And then we've come over here and we've gone to press play, and we're asking if the director is ready, and it's going, I don't know what you're talking about. It's going, there's nothing that matches what we're talking about here. So here, I mean, we should be able to remove this and have it still work. Yeah. So it's saying, hey, current sequence dot timeline and not has director. Maybe current sequence never got. How did we get here? We got here from not playing and can interact and in director is ready. So debug.log current sequence is I'm one step away from turning on the debugger. We're almost there, but yeah, it's nothing. Okay. All right. How did we get to here? Now is the question. How did we get to here without the current sequence being set to true? This is on trigger. I guess we could just say, oh, brain, having a brain moment. Hang on. Hang on. We can't enqueue the sequence because we don't have a sequence to play. Why are we not checking first to see if we could say, I mean, the easy way out of this is to say if current sequence is not null. I mean, that's the easiest thing to do. In fact, maybe even further up. If it's not playing and can interact and current sequence is not null and it's a lot of checking here, but I think maybe that's better too. Okay, so he interacts with it, it fires, nothing happens. Press true, interact with it, it fires, it plays. We got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. That's it. All right, I think we're done. Damn. Okay. That's really cool that we were able to do that. it's a little bit, the only thing I'm a little concerned about is that when I'm 6 months from now, coming back to the next time I need one of these, this is going to look really confusing to me. What I'd love to do here is hide this little field and say, plug in through sequence player or assign using sequence player or something right here. That would just fix the UX loop so that anybody could come in here and understand how this is supposed to work. Because right now it looks like something's wrong. So let's see if I can fix that. This is expression draw. Operand draw. And it needs to happen when we are inspecting an interactable. It's just gonna like literally just draw the property. But the property doesn't have its own editor. So we need to make sure that somehow when passing this in, I mean, we might not even want to draw the property if we can't. I think what you think I'm asking, 5nax, is like drawing something above it. I'm talking about replacing the field altogether. So that there's literally no, because you can't plug anything into this. This little field shouldn't exist in this context. In a scene context, we can draw that field, but when interaction is set to true, I want this to just become a big gray label. So I don't know if header does that. Yeah. So what I'm looking to do is, instead of drawing the property field, I need a condition here. This condition needs to say something like, if this is a trigger box or an interactable, do not, and we are inside of a scriptable object, do not draw the field. Draw a instead. That's the check. So I think we need to pass draw property. I think we need to pass it in. The problem is the context of where we're rendering this from is like, it's like way, way, way further away from where we are right now, data-wise. Like, I got to pass in all kinds of nonsense to get here. To know that this is being rendered by a mono behavior is basically the issue. There is serialized property. That's not enough. Let's ask GPT really quickly. There might be some Unity field. Is it getting overcomplicated? 8 years into one game project and you're asking that question? All right. Is there a way in Unity to tell, and also, no, it's not getting overcomplicated, whether a scriptable, whether a property draw in an editor is being rendered from within a scene context or as or outside of one. Hey, Shuddy, that's not the hard part. The hard part is knowing is actually it's the condition. It's not what to render. And in fact, I would want to render a label because I think a label is more specific. It lets me describe to myself or whoever's using it why it's not being rendered. Just turning it off wouldn't be good enough as a UX decision. Yes, and you can determine whether a property drawer is being rendered from within a scene context by checking if the serialized object belongs to a mono behavior or not. Is that right? You can do this by checking the target of the serialized object. Huh, target object. There you go. Wow. Hola. Puedes ver la cámara. Puedes. Come to the camera? I don't know what that means. I'm speaking English. No hablo español. Lo siento. Lo siento? Is that Spanish? Or Italian? Can you look at the camera? I'm almost finished. Oh, that's very rude. Sounds sketchy. Yeah, they're being rude. They're being mean. Very funny. All right. So let's keep going. There's an easy answer to that. We just have to do this. Adios, amigo. All right. So if we can check to see if that's the case, then we can say bool is mono behavior. Is scene context. Let's just keep it as simple like that. So then we can say bool, we can say is scene context equals property dot target excuse me, are you lying to me? Serialized object property dot serialized object dot target object. Is mono behavior. Hey Mikanil, thank you for gifting that sub. Thank you. And congrats, Earthly Darkness. All right. So, I don't know if this is right, but it's probably enough. It's probably enough. I can ask the question, are there other contexts, like in a timeline being inspected in this scene? Do those count as... So I really care about whether I can place scene objects into the field being rendered. One other potential context for this would be in a timeline inspector for a clip. Is the mono behavior check sufficient for this case as well? Hey, McCannell, thank you for gifting that to Voidplane as well. How do you maintain the momentum? It's my life. It's literally how I earn my income. The content that I make on my YouTube channel is around my game. I make money off of that. You people watch me make the game and that gives me income. My job is to finish this game. I'm like fully accountable. So you could use a different approach. Detecting if the field is related to a seam object. You can check if the property type is a Unity engine.object. Ah, that's what I want. That's what I want. If it's not persistent, if object reference value is not null, those are good. I'll use both of those. Those feel like intelligent checks. Liz Glow, congrats. Thank you, Mikanil. Okay. Is scene context equals wait a second. I misunderstood that. Hang on. Is this or this? Rename this. What is this? What do they describe it as? Is persistent. Maybe just a should render field. Object field. I think that'll be enough. Okay. So if kind equals interaction or kind equals trigger, if Yeah, that's good. And then instead, we draw a label field. And we say, insert assign at sequence player. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yes. First try. Look at that. That's not great though. What's happening here? Doesn't like it. Type is not supported PPTR value. Actually, let me just try something. Does this work anyway? Let me just create an empty condition behavior with a... Yes, it does work. It does work. It's just the error logic. Okay. Type is not a supported PPTR value. First try. So this is the check. I hate that you can't copy. Like, why is the copy so bad? Like, I can copy all of it. Let me see. If property.property type is serialized property.object reference. I don't know if that's going to be enough. You have to scroll down a little? Oh, weird. Why did that happen? Oh, it's still generating. Oh, I see. Must have just been going on and on. Ensure the property is an object reference. Well, is it this? Is it this? Type is not supported. Is it this? Like, what's the check that we're failing at? Which thing is triggering it? Maybe I can ask it. Is it this? Is persistent? 1. When this line is accessed, attempting to property object reference value is not null. When you call is persistent on an object, to show the object is a persistent asset. It's so hard to look at. I don't know why. I'm like looking at it and my brain's like, I don't know what I'm looking at here. I'll just throw that in it. But I'm not really sure. Well, it'll just throw the type mismatch instead otherwise, right? What is going on? Why is my code not rendering? Is it this? I can't save anything. Hang on. I'm just gonna reopen that. I don't really want to use ChatGPT much. I like to keep the separation. VS Code has it in line as well. I'm not really interested in integrating AI into my every moment, you know? I kind of prefer to think of it more like Google. I know it makes it slower. I know it's not great. But I'm trying actively to disincentivize myself. From using it. Nice, that works. And we didn't get the error. Cool. And then perfect. Oh no, no, hang on. Wait, what? This can't be the check. In fact, none of these, I feel like this isn't right. No. Because why would this not work? Like here we are in this scene. You always want to do the is scene context check. No, but I don't want to always do that check. Because I want to do more than that check. It's both. You're saying this can start here. I think I understand what you're saying now. and then otherwise do this check. Okay, we can pop something in there. Great. And then separately, this doesn't work. Great. That's what we want. That's what we want to see. And no errors. Perfect. So I'm in here. I go here. Perfect. We got it. We got it. Thank you for your patience, everybody. That's I'm most proud of that today. That's the thing I'm most proud of. All right. I got any chance you could do first thing tomorrow? Yeah, of course. Happy to. Like someone just asked a little earlier, like, isn't this too much? Like, aren't you putting too much time into this? And like for me, the answer is no, because like this is going to be used so much later on. Like I know it is. For me, spending an hour now, it's like, it's nothing. What I just allowed myself to do is save. Okay, this is what previously I would have had to do. I know I'm spending time here justifying this, but like I have these things called quest flags. And they're scriptable objects. And every time I want to check whether the player has done something, I need to create one of these. These are files in the game, in the project hierarchy, right? Just like these ones. Every time I want to check if the player has done something. The fewer amount of these I have to create, the better. Otherwise, what would have had to happen is I would have had to set this switch to assign a quest flag. And then I would have had to check if the quest flag was true to run the cutscene. And then I would have had to set a quest flag that the cutscene had been operated to true. So it's like there would have had to be 2 quest flags instead of 1. Or I would have had to hard code. I would have had to create a cutscene that had no requirement. So I could, every time I trigger this thing, it would have made the cutscene play. Or I would have had to have this thing like disable itself if it had been triggered once. It's this thing that like you want to minimize. I have this thing. We talk about wrinkles a lot in it's come up a lot in development recently. I think it's something that you might experience as well. A wrinkle is when you have some system that's incomplete, that doesn't work exactly the way you want it to, but it mostly does. It's like, oh yeah, it's like mostly does the thing that I want. And the percentage that it doesn't do exactly what you want, you work around it. So like, you have a dialogue system, but sometimes you want your like the dialogue system has like character names, but sometimes you don't know the character, like the player character, the player doesn't know who the character is yet, and we don't want them to know who their name is. So we need an edge case where we want to make the character's name show up as question mark, question mark, question mark. If your system doesn't have like a little button that says make it invisible, make the name like hide name or something, then what do? You make a new dialogue character called question mark, question mark, question mark, and you make them say the line, even though it looks like it's coming from, yeah, here you go. Yeah, now it's like, okay, I'm gonna make a dummy character called question mark, and that'll be fine. Okay, later on, you're gonna come across this scenario where you need to know who's talking in the scene because you want to put the characters' labels above the person who's talking. Now you need to put a second character in the same spot as the other character named question mark, question mark, question mark, so that the question mark, question mark, question mark line appears above the character's head. So now you have to keep like feeding the wrinkle. You end up, because of the tech debt, putting more stuff under the rug. And then 6 months later, you come back and try to understand how the cutscene works, and there's all this shit in the wrinkle. Like, well, why is there 2 extra characters in this scene? Why can't I just, like, I'm trying to move this character, they're going to walk from left to right. But now when they walk left to right, there's a character behind them. Why is that? Or their dialogue box doesn't move with them. Oh, I see. I made a second character called question mark. Like, you don't want to do that. That's like, you're just creating work later for yourself if you can't simplify the process. So for me, not having to create a second quest flag here and not having to assign a new component, just being able to say, hey, here's my sequence, here's the switch, and inside of the sequence that I'm going to use, it's going to expect there to be a switch or some interactable object. That is a very secure and safe full circle closed loop on this little requirement of mine. It's like, this is going to work. This is okay. It's not going to be more complicated later. So I want to move this back piece up, not that one, the front piece. I got to move this exact thing up a little bit. And then I got to move this down a little bit. I probably should have decided this before I did all this work, but you know how it is. Lol, lol, lol. Let's keep this back over here. We could go even higher, maybe. Can we go down a tooth? No. Up a tooth? No. Typically you would offset this, but maybe just like that. And then like that'll do it. Cool. Okay, so this goes up a bit, this goes down diagonally. I think that was it. To the left. That'll do. Cool. How do you organize your scripts? Poorly. How do I start learning pixel art? I'm very confused. I can't start. I have a playlist called Pixel Art Class. Go to that playlist and start at what is pixel art. Okay, you see this one?
Hey pals, well,
You go to the very bottom of this one. You start with this video.
it's really the choice to place each pixel.
This I made 4 years ago. Start with that. You'll be fine. No worries, brutalistic. Animating the far backgrounds. It is animated. I just haven't got the animation in. I'll put that in my to-do list actually. Okay, it's now 5:37. I knew that would take a little while. Actually, this was like here, and this is like update sequence player system to accept triggers as interactables as conditions for sequences to play. and then add waterfall animation. But there's a bit more to this I want to do actually. I want to edit bridge cutscene. So come back here, go to our sequence. Can I say something? These used to be a nightmare for me. An absolute nightmare to create cutscenes. Like, it used to take me days and I hated doing it, and editing it was almost impossible. It's now easy. You could learn how to do it. You could just watch me and learn how to do it. Now, actually, I plugged in the wrong switch here. There's another switch that's over here, and the bridge conditions, this switch condition needs to belong to the second switch. Because actually, I guess I could, oh, no, you know what? Just for this bridge, we'll cheat. Just for this bridge, we'll make this mechanical switch, this switch condition, extend. No, it should be toggle, but this base, ooh, this is hard. The bridge, its state should be retracted first, maybe? Yeah, so then when you pull this, no. Hang on a second. Oh, no, we just haven't set up the save system for the bridge to be in the right spot. So like late demo progress maybe is what we would want to use for this. So like you've done all of this and then like Martin bridge. Let's try that. It should already, yeah, that's it. And then we trigger it and then it'll just toggle. Yeah, that's better. Sick. Okay. And now let's just watch the cutscene again. Yeah, I think it would be nice for it to take a little slower on the cutscene. So we don't need this anymore. Yeah, I think we can move in a little slower, like over 8 seconds or even 2 seconds. Oh man, I hate that. I hate it. There's a little issue that I've got. You know what? Yeah, I'll fix it. I know how to fix this. I just have to go here, and there's this issue where far camera, it's an old system where it used to zoom in. I mean, it still does most of the time. There we go. Yeah. Let's call it 0.8 both sides. I think 2. I think 2 seconds is right. Yeah, that's better. It would have been nice. It would have been really nice if we could have the cutscene begin as we're pulling the trigger. But because of the way that it is sort of set up, it's kind of... we could make the bridge automate on command, like halfway here. But... I mean... I do have an operator track. I got the bridge. I could do it. Maybe I'll just do that. Yeah, that's way better. That's way better. It's got anticipation behind it now. That was... Fuck, I'm so happy with how easy it is for me to make the game right now. The fact that that took no code, no time. It was just like, oh, I'll just make it go a little bit later. Man. That's cool. You're going to see progress. You're going to see progress on this game move so quickly in the next like year and a half. It's going to astound you how fast we make this game. I don't want this. Developers, how do you think you can have foresight to build tools for your game? It's when you need them. You'll find it. It'll make sense to you. So now I should be able to run across, but all of this needs to go away now if you've reached the bridge. So now close bridge sequence gives you reached bridge mechanism. So now when I go over here, all of this needs to go away. This bridge close sequence, quest toggle, banned flags, reached bridge mechanism. Same thing with this crash landing cutscene. Required Martin bridge sequence, banned crash landing. Yeah, good. Sorry, I had to turn that off. Okay, let's come back here and do that again. This game is, man, it's going to be so cool. Okay, we come back up here. Hopefully there's, still see the feather. Try that again. Wait, why do we see the feather? The feather should not appear if, just coming back for a second. Feather should not appear. Banned flags, crash landing, and bridge sequence. Requires bridge, banned crash landing. If I go back over to here, I go late demo, bridge. Oh, but we haven't done crash landing. Crash landing, save. Cool. Okay, so try again. Hey, Blood Red. Thank you so much for the sub. Okay, cool. Now we come up here. Please, please, please. It's gone. Yay. Cool. All right. And then we can cross the bridge safely. No. But there's no one here, so that's good. So the blockade needs to be part of the cutscene component. Where's the blockade? Is it not? This thing? Hang on. This requires that you've reached banned reach bridge mechanism. If I disable this, then there shouldn't be. There's nothing here. So, isn't it? Isn't it how? Isn't that working? Unless there's like a tiny little hitch that I just didn't even look at just now. Hang on a second. I mean, it's downhill, so it's not a big deal. I should probably adjust the bridge a little bit. This is not great. Don't do this at home, kids. So hang on, what's the problem then? Why did that not work? Oh, no cross trigger. That'll do it. That's the thing. You saw it before I did. Thank you. What is this? I see. This is going to sit on bridge close sequence. Pardon me. Oh, what did I just do? Somehow open up the frame debugger. How did I just do that? What did I press? Okay, so here we can cross. Thank you, Zoronak. Now that's the problem. Quest toggle. Required flags. Martin Bridge sequence flag. Wait a second. Why did that? Huh? Let's watch that again. I think I did something wrong. It's off. Oh, we got caught on the way across. I see. So actually, we should make the bridge even higher than the ground. I'm not sure how to resolve that in a way that's... Oh, it actually is still lower. No. It's still lower. It needs to be like... Let's call it 70. Let's just keep it unambiguous here. By slightly changing the value. No good. I mean, we're definitely above it now. So what is happening? Let me see if I can just do this. What? Oh, and now because of this. This wasn't happening literally any time before this. All right, let's try to get it exact and then just solve whatever code issue is causing the problem. So it's 1, 2, 3 pixels down, I think. That's like basically dead on. And we have rounded corners on it, I think, for this purpose, so that you can run over the bump. Now, oh, I see. Hang on. So he got put into the bridge, and then he got kicked out of it, I think. Yeah. Okay. I need to do... It's yeah. Right now, we're checking the first collider that we run into. What's happening is the game, we are saying, hey, how many colliders are below Armin's foot to determine whether or not he's on a moving platform or not, or on any ground. Check that Armin is grounded. We're saying how many colliders are underneath here. There's a collider. There's a collider, 2 colliders underneath his feet. And we're just saying, well, whichever one is the first one, that's the one that he's standing on. Now, whether Armin is on a moving platform, when he's on a moving platform, he gets childed to the transform of that thing so that he moves along with it. And that checks to see whether or not the ground platform happens to have a tag moving platform. Now, if he picks up a different platform as his ground platform and that one doesn't have the moving platform, he's going to get kicked off it and stand still while it's moving. So instead, what needs to happen here is we need to make sure that we prefer moving platforms for Armin to stand on. If there are 2 or 3, the one that's moving is the one that he should be stuck to. You can see ground collider.tag is the only thing we're using here. So now we've got LF and RF. We've got left foot wall rect, right foot wall rect, safe ground rect, and ground rect. This is like, I changed how ground detection works in the game not that long ago. You can see on our boy Armin, these little pink and yellow and blue triangles, rectangles, those are the different kinds of colliders that we're checking. So basically we've got this like set that we're checking, and it looks like we're preferring specific ones. I think this is part of the ground check. It's to stop us from being wall checked, or maybe it's not. What is GR? I wonder why we can't just check all of them. I'm not sure, but I don't want to muck with this too much. So either way, we're just saying GR is ground collider. GR is ground rect. So we're not really using safe ground or left foot wall or anything like that. We're just using ground rect. So then the better question is, can we say gr.colliders where, or like select, or like first or default, where x dot game object dot layer equals moving platform dot tag. I hate having to write it with a string like that. So maybe here we'll go public static string. Is there final? Is that a thing? No? Read only? String.
We don't even need this, do we? Okay. All right. Const. What's the difference between const and read only? Oh. I'm happy to have it be static. Unless I don't really know the difference. I think it'll do what I want it to do anyway. So this is going to give us what? It's going to give us a collider 2D. And then we could do the same thing. Read only can be changed in the constructor. Not that big of a difference. Ah, it's all good. I wish I didn't have to do this. There's probably a better way. In fact, this is really bad practice because I'm setting something inside of a check. It's not good. I will refactor this. Yeah, for now, it'll work. I'm not going to try to make it better because I'm not going to refactor the whole thing right now. But let's see if it does anything different. Please first try. Please, 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 please. Yeah, first try. We got it. We got it. We got it. Okay. Oh, phone call. One sec. Yo, I'm back. You know what's crazy? There's this person who I'm just banning, who's got a bot, right? They make these bots, and the bots are like, long live chaos, blah, 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 blah. I don't know if you even see those in chat. I think they're just automatically banned. So like this person has like written these bots to go into all of these chats and write this dumb message that makes no sense. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's like, let me read it to you. It's so dumb. I probably shouldn't even be giving it a platform, but it's like, long live chaos, sports betting, esport, online casino, Twitch equals scam, fixed match. Hello, hell doesn't exist. Don't be afraid of death and you will be stronger. Open your tap every evening and never turn it off. Add bleach to the food and throw it in the forest. And the sea with the plastic. The money will come. I am destroying the world. You can help me by doing these few actions listed above. Like, who is that for? And what level of like schizo, like what are you talking about? Like, what kind of delusion are you in? It's no link. It's just nonsense. It's just like, if you wanted to like make a difference to something because you have some sort of, I don't know, agenda or opinion, like you can do that, I guess. But like, I don't know what that even's supposed to mean. It's activating a Manchurian candidate in someone's chat. That's right. I never heard of Momo. Oh my gosh, you can finally get to the Athenium. The bridge did turn out super clean. Cool. Hey, Jamie Lee? Shamie Lee? Thank you so much. Thanks for joining us. I wonder if this is if it's too much. Hang on. I just want to, you tell me if this makes sense to you. I feel like the game might not have done a good enough job yet of teaching the player how to think in puzzles to solve this one. Because like when you come through here, you have to do this and then do this to get up. That's how you get out of there. I wonder if anyone's gonna think to do that. What happens if I do this? Because there's a rail underneath me right now. It's like... Oh, maybe I make it so that it breaks. Like they break it. I don't know. I don't know. I'll leave it. I'll leave it for now. Cool. All right. So, where are we at? Gosh, that was a big task today. It's 6 o'clock. Did I actually complete the task? Yes. I'm not quite there yet, actually. I'm not quite there yet. I'd still have to do this and this. And this is fix bridge dialogue. Not quite there yet. It's now 6 o'clock. Wait, it's now only 6 o'clock. Complete bridge sequences. That's this. Fixed bridge dialogue here. This goes here. This goes there. This goes there. This goes here. Okay. So fixed bridge dialogue. Let's fix it. Oh man, that was so much work. At least I can press. Okay, so let's have a look. I almost feel like the switch isn't grand enough anymore. Now, dialogue pin. I want this to be enabled so that we can do this. Cool. I might as well actually just put his tag at the bottom. The bridge doesn't, technically the bridge doesn't make architectural sense. If it's level with the ground, wouldn't there be a big opening in the ground when it connects with the other side? If it's level with the ground, wouldn't there be a big opening in the ground? It's kind of like under the ground a little. I don't know. Don't worry about it. Hey, education. If it means anything to you, it was a long, long time ago that I accepted that invitation. I don't know what to say. You're asking me, you're not asking me anything, but look. Maybe I should just say nothing. It's not drama. Look, I don't really have anything against Thor. I really don't. Period. Full stop. That's the end. I am part of the pirate crew because I was invited to the pirate crew in like 2018. I don't have any reason to like leave it. It's just like a guild feature on Twitch. It's never done anything for me. I've never gotten any like benefit out of being in it. It just happens to be a thing that I accepted an invitation to because I was invited to press a button, and I was like, yeah, I know that guy. He makes games too. Well, that's it. That's all I got for you. No, no spice. I just, I'll be honest with you. In general, I love internet drama. I love it. I think it's awesome. I think it's fun. Yum, 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 yum. Love it. But I don't like to be involved in it. It's just not my brand. It's got nothing to do with my content. There's no reason for me to involve myself in it. Unless it's directly affecting me, in which case, if I need like help, like when my game was being stolen by pirates and people were like using it to to get people to download malware by copying the itch page and putting their malware on a fake version of my game's itch page. Yeah, that's drama I'm prepared to be involved in. But if we're talking about like me personally just weighing in on random stuff, it's not a good look. It's not, I don't like it, I've got a video on my channel that nobody has seen because I delisted it before making it public. I uploaded a video and then I delisted it before anyone could see it. Like I didn't make it public. Specifically talking about AI and drama that was happening with my channel. And even then I didn't mind it. Somebody made a video where they stole my art and used it to feed AI as a prompt for an ASprite plugin that was using AI. And I did not make a video about it because I didn't want to draw people's attention to it. I made the video and I was like, do you know what? I just don't want to be involved in this. I don't want it. It's not worth it. I get nothing out of it. It's just sad points, It's just like people saying, oh, I'm so sorry this has happened to you. But like, why should that be my, what does that get me? It's not what I want to be known for, like stirring up trouble. Even if it's at my expense, like having not my expense, what's the word? To my benefit. Even if it was to my benefit, like it's not how I want to get by in the world. I might regret this one day. Maybe someone will clip chimp me. I'll be at the center of some big drama and someone will be like, look, Adam said this and now he's saying this. That might happen. But for now, like, I'm just, grateful to be here and just interested in getting by on my own skills and empowering other people by helping them learn based on what I've learned and making sure my game's good. That's all I really care about right now. And then not getting in the way of myself promoting my own game. All right. Okay, we're good. Yeah, like all I really want in my life is to be known as a good game developer. That's really it. Well, a better way to put that would be, all I want in my life is to have made good games and be known for it. Maybe even the knowing part isn't that important. It's more like when people think of me, I want them to think of me as a good game developer. That's it. That's probably the better way to put it. If my games can be successful, that would be a metric of proving that I had achieved it, you know? That's how I think about it. It's not that I want success for its own sake. It's not that I want people to like me necessarily. Like, it'd be nice if they did. But like, I just want to make good games. And in this world, making good games means being known for making good. Like, if you make a good game, people know who you are because of it. And so, you know, whatever comes with that, I'll accept that. It's also important, I think, for me personally, like ambassadorship is important. Like being somebody who can use their voice for positive things. So that people who want to make games can feel comfortable and excited to do that, to feel like they have a guide in me. If I can provide that, that's also a secondary life goal of mine, you know? So to some extent, you know, there are, what's the word? Some of my goals require me to have a voice, and I welcome those too. Like that's okay. I'm not afraid of being like famous or whatever, if that's what comes with it. But the first things first is be a good game developer. That's the real thing. I don't think it wouldn't even be worth me having a voice if I wasn't a good game developer, you know? Like, why would I even, I've struggled a lot in the last year or two, probably even 3, denying myself the what's the word? Kind of just like deliberately doing less and saying less online because of fear of not being enough of an authority for other people to hear my voice. That's legit. That's real. I've genuinely made videos and not posted them because I was afraid of people thinking that I shouldn't be making them because I'm not qualified to make them or something like that. And I want to do less of that, but ultimately I actually think that's quite a valid thing to feel. I think it is important to be responsible for what you say online. Actually, there was a Reddit thread yesterday that I posted on about this exact topic of like, hey, like, why are there so many game devs on YouTube who don't make games, or like whose games aren't like finished or whatever? And I thinking about consumers, I don't think that's a bad question to ask. I think it's important for you, if you're looking to learn how to do something and you want to give someone your time and your eyeballs, you know, and listen to them and further their career because of the content that they're producing. Yeah, you should be asking the question of like, are these people worthy mentors? Is this person worth my attention? Should I be learning from this person, or is it a mistake to do that? Am I gonna regret learning this lesson from this person because actually they don't know what they're talking about? 100% you should be thinking that. So whether or not I deserve to feel good about myself or my abilities or anything like that, that aside, as an ambassador, as somebody who has a responsibility, I do care a lot about making sure that what I'm doing and saying is actually valuable. That is important to me. Now, whether I can ensure accuracy 100%, that's hard. It might not be possible, but it's a priority of mine at least. You know, I'm trying to the best of my ability. It doesn't mean I'm good at it, but I am trying. It is a value that I have. And that I'm okay with expressing. I'm okay with that. I have to be. I mean, otherwise, you just don't make... Otherwise, at a certain point, you allow other people to be the ones who make the content, because at a certain point, nobody, you know, is really that. I mean, some people are, but even like, gosh, channels like Veritasium, incredibly well-researched videos about science, still get drama where it's like someone comes in and says, actually, I'm actually Veritasium, you're wrong about this physics principle, and really it's more like this. And, you know, it happens no matter what. It's just like a fact of life that people are gonna, I'm actually you. So you know, like I said, it's just important to me that I'm working hard and that I'm doing my best. And insofar as drama and the internet and what I'm trying to get out of it and all that stuff, like, I just, like I said, I just want to be known as someone who's honest and works hard. I think I don't like how this is working. I think it instead just needs to be more diagonal again. Am I fixating? It feels like this point and this should be one line, you know? Yeah. Do you know, I've got this for about a year and a half, since like early 2023 now. Is that a year and a half? I guess so. I've had a pretty solid idea for what I would consider like my thesis in game design. Like a full-on, you know, plan for how, if I was to run like a course, what the course would be, how it would be framed and what I would say in it. I've got a pretty good idea. And the way that like what's his name? I get GMTK? Game Makers Toolkit? Game Designers? Because there's LDTK and there's GMTK. The YouTuber, Game Makers Toolkit, the way that he presents research in some of his videos, he talks about like specific game design techniques that specific studios took, you know, as their approach to making certain games. I feel like I could present, I would love to present as, if not research, philosophy, let's call it, on how I think games should be designed, like how game design, basically solving game design, I guess. My little magnum opus thesis thing. I have that. I know what I would say. And I'm super passionate about it. And I'm very confident in it, because the more I lean into it, the more I think it works. It's certainly working for me. But I don't feel like it's valid for me to express it to you in a YouTube video or anything else. I don't think it's valid for me to express these ideas if they're not as close to proven as possible. And my standard for what proof is a personal one. You know, it's probably lower than some people's and higher than others. But that's just how I feel. You know, I've got a standard and I'm the one who sets it. And when it's ready, when the game's done and I feel like the ideas have all come together, maybe before that point, I mean, it's possible that I'll feel confident enough before that point. But when the time comes, like, I'll make this little essay thing and that's when I'll feel confident. But in the meantime, I guess my real point is like, just like how I haven't uploaded Retrobox anywhere or Scene Graph, I would feel so ashamed if I misled people, if I sold somebody on something, a technique, a way of thinking, a way of working. If I sell you on something and it's not good or it's wrong, that would be like my biggest point. Like that would be a failure of my mission to misguide or mislead people. So I guess to me, like, that's the thing that I care more about than you know, clout or anything like that. It's just like, I want to be able to share the things that I've learned. I want to have a voice. I want to do all that stuff. I also want to make sure that I'm doing it right and that I'm worth listening to. That's really it. And it's kind of a couple things. It's like, it's knowing the right things, but it's also being able to say those things in a way that other people understand and respect and believe. Like, it's all good and well if you know something, but if you can't express it in a way that other people can understand, what's the point? Cool. Now, this curve. Oh, are we animating it backwards? I don't know. Let's make it take like 3 seconds here. Why don't we just do that? Just be heavier, just for this specific moment. Scene Graph chat this weekend, if I have time. Hey, Julian. I don't know how long ago it was. I haven't read chat in a while. Let me see if I can go back. 80% of YouTube game dev content is the blind leading the blind. I know, and I'm so embarrassed about being a part of that. I try not to be the blind in that, but you know. People talk with too much confidence. Yeah, I agree. You're using Sprite Importer Unity? No, I'm not. I'm just doing it from scratch. I'm just importing the sprites as PNGs. Liz Glow says, remember seeing a very testing video on strand beasts. how I think it would look. Oh, okay. I don't know what that means. Even Tim Kaine has talked about how him and his colleagues clashed at views of game development to this day. Yeah. At least that's the thing. If I've made a game, and I'm probably the only person who's going to know this, like, do you know, there's something funny. Patrick, my brother, and I were looking over the pitch deck for my game recently. And we were looking at this, this slide. I was trying to, in the moment, I was saying to him, something dawned on me. And the thing that dawned on me was, it's funny that I've put so much effort into this slide because it doesn't really help the game at all. Like, why does this slide exist? And I think the reason why this slide exists is because for me, it's so important to me personally, not for anybody else, but to me personally, it's so important that I understand what it is that I'm making, that my default thought is that I need to demonstrate that to other people. Like, to prove Adam understands what Insignia is, where it lives as a genre, why that's hard to make, what it is that's hard about it, and the fact that because I've solved it, it's actually a lot easier. So that's risk management. All of that stuff is kind of not really relevant. I mean, some of it's relevant, but the latest stuff is relevant more than me proving I understand something. This isn't an essay. It's not an essay. It's a pitch deck. But it does make me feel the fact that there is the fact that I made the slide I still feel good about it. Because one day, and it doesn't just apply to adventure games. Oh, I know what those are, Lizglow. I see them on the beach. Yeah. And they walk along. I know the ones. One day, I'm going to be able to explain this thing. And I know the lesson goes further than adventure games, but I know that adventure games are a really, really good case study. I know that they're a really good use case for explaining. One sec, pals. For explaining what makes it complicated, like what makes game design hard, and how do you make it easier? That's really what this is all about. Like, what is it about an adventure game, action adventure specifically, that kills so many studios? Like, how many games, like Silk Song is an example. Earthblade, another example. We talked about this the other day. It's like, what is it about making an action adventure game? Mina the Hollower, that was announced how many years ago, still in development. What is it about these games that kills a studio? Why do they end up in like development hell? Which, let's be honest, maybe I'm making a game too big for me, but it took me a little while to figure out that it was too big for me on my own. And only now do I feel really confident in its development. And who knows, maybe it's still going to be stuck at some point, but there's something about action adventure games that makes games get stuck, makes projects get stuck. And I think because I've been through it, I know what it is, and I think I know how to fix it. And I think that it's that lesson kind of, I think it's just, I'm just very confident in my understanding, and I'd love to express it one day when Insignia is successful. Because people then will ask me the question, how did you design this, Adam? And then I'll be able to say, this way, this is how I designed it. I learned this lesson, and yeah. No, I can't share it with you. It's gonna take too long. I tried to make a video about it, and then it was like, I wrote 3 video scripts getting to it. Edging the lesson. Let me see. I might have something somewhere. I don't think it exists anymore in this document. I used to have a document, a page, where I started talking about all different game ideas. Actually, it might be in, not game ideas, video ideas. Video, IndieTales videos. It started, yeah, man. Yeah. This is it. This is the script. Screenshot now, quick. Let me see. It's not. Hang on. It's not this one. I think it's this one. I think it's this one. Look at this thing. This is my essay. I can do a flyover for you. I actually, like, I wrote this like over 6 months ago, so it might not be accurate anymore. I might have refined it better. Let me see if I can really think about it. Yeah, see, I would say action adventure now, but yeah, narrative driven development. Sure. Foundation of a good product. Oh, it's nice. Equal. Yep. Prototyping. Can be prototyped. Yeah, I gotta reread this. Yeah. Yeah, these are not, these are just headings. They're not what I believe. They're options. Yeah, this is definitely not for your eyes. I mean, you can watch it now if you like, but like, understand that like it's not ready for consumption. And it's probably not representative of what I would really write today if I wrote it from scratch. But the point is, should I just say it in like three minutes? I don't think I can do it. I probably wouldn't do it justice. It's basically, I watched a video by Game Maker's Toolkit on Game Maker's Toolkit MDR. Was it this one? Was it this video? This MDR framework? MDA framework. Yeah. Okay. This thing was what got me started. I was like, this is interesting. Does this jive with how I think about this? And it was close to how I think about it, but there was like a specific missing piece that I closed the loop on it, and I have a diagram in my head for how this works. Basically, it's like this framework has this idea where it's like you're the developer and you design these things. Mechanics lead to dynamics, lead to aesthetics, right? You put the mechanics together and that creates a set of dynamics for the player to play within, and that creates a set of aesthetics for the player to feel. The game design lesson from this framework, the closing of the loop is, as the developer, your workflow needs to put you in a space where you can empathize with this. And creating empathy for the player, generating empathy for the player, is something that you can only do when you remove friction. And the only way you can do that, The friction comes from having, engineering trouble and stuff like that, but also in design issues. When your game design goes in different directions, I call them competing concerns. So you have like one thing you're trying to make. This is one mechanic I want to put in my game. This is another mechanic I want to put in my game, but they don't contribute to each other. You create friction because you're serving two different masters, and the player is not two different people. They're one person, at least in the moment. So you struggle to create player empathy when you have competing concerns in your game. When you have converging or parallel concerns, they work together harmoniously. When you have mechanics that are coherent and harmonious, they make dynamics that are easier to feel the aesthetics for. So there's this loop. Sorry. There's this loop of basically it's the same thing as having chemistry with somebody, or being in the zone, or flow states. This back and forth between two people. In this case, the two people on either side of this MDA, the two people are the designer and the player. Like, it's like being a stand-up comedian. You're designing something, thinking about the audience on the other end. The only difference is a stand-up comic can adjust his routine, his performance with the audience because it's real time, but a game designer has to kind of guess in advance. They have to build a connection with a player or an audience member that isn't in front of them. So my whole principle, my whole magnum opus, thesis here is about considering game design from that perspective. How do you build a connection with players? How do you diagnose, how do you go about climbing the mountain of doing this correctly? Like, what is the approach to navigating building something in such a way that you get to a point where you do end up with mechanics that have good dynamics that make the player feel specific aesthetics? That it's what is the workflow to keep you in a headspace of player empathy? What are the kinds of things you should be thinking about? How do you diagnose problems? How do you identify problems? How do you avoid problems in the first place? It's really I think it's something it's a subject that I'm fascinated by, and I'm still building my picture. I'm still figuring it out, but I think I've got a pretty good idea. I'm going to wrap this up soon. I have discussions all the time with my team, and recently we've been having a discussion about item economy, me and Luca and me. And Luca is helping me devise where the items in the level are, where the items are in the levels, and what kinds of things you craft with the items, and what quests ask you to craft those items. And in the last 3 months or so, I've had a complete 180 on how I think the crafting system should work in the game. From something that was just there because crafting, because blacksmithing, because video game, to something that now I think actually would be really valuable, really additive to the value of the game. The mechanics now create dynamics that should have a better and more resonant aesthetic, but only because I've been more focused on player empathy, specifically watching my wife play games recently and thinking about what kinds of dynamics I want to create in this game. Specifically in Insignia, it's the question of what kind of economy do I want the player to be thinking about? Like the difference between crafting by grinding drops from enemies is very RPG, right? Collecting crafting materials as a resource alongside EXP versus a collectathon game, like a platformer like Mario Galaxy or something, where you're collecting items not as a resource or an adventure game way, where items are key items. They're not cumulative. They have a purpose. One motivates repetitive play, grinding, because you're on an experience curve, right? Get lots of this material. The other supports exploration. Go to all these places to get all the different items. For Insignia as a platformer with non-linear level design, exploration is something that I want to promote way more than grinding. So the crafting system should be more in favor of giving players unique items and having them mix them in, mix them together to further specific story beats forward. More unique items, fewer cumulative items, fewer generic materials. That's a really not obvious, at least to me, game design choice that when you're building your first game, it's hard to think about that stuff when you're just trying to engineer something. You're just trying to like build the system. Oh, I've got crafting. Take item A, take item B, put them together. Building that is like not design. That's just engineering. But knowing like, okay, how do I want the player to feel? What mechanics are going to make them feel that way? That's design. And so all the tool development that I do is about that. It's about how do I minimize the friction, like I was just doing today. How do I minimize the friction between me as the engineer or me as the developer and the player? The engineering is in the middle. Tools development helps you build more empathy because it shrinks the gap. I can sit here and go, okay, what do I want the player to feel when they enter this scene? How do I create anticipation for this? I show them this thing before they can access it. I hint at what I want them to do, but I take it away from them. It's one thing to say, oh, okay, the switch operates the thing when you get to it, but like asking the questions, how long should it take? How rewarding should it feel when we do this? These are minor things. This is like not, it's not, particularly eventful part of my game, but being able to direct the cutscene with a timeline editor, being able to actually think, okay, do I want this to take 5 seconds or 2 seconds? Do I want to cut the camera towards this or fade or move? Like, do I pan? How do I frame this? I put Armin's dialogue at the bottom. Being able to preview it helps me make that decision. The fact that I can scrub over it and go, oh, okay, he says this and the dialogue is down here relative to the thing. Maybe I want to move the camera down a little bit so that when the text is here, the text isn't in the way of the gears. Maybe that would be more interesting. How do you make that choice as a designer, as a director, if your tools don't give you the power to do that? You're going to be pressing play and going back and forth all the time. All right, I gotta go now. So player empathy is huge, but making complicated things makes it harder to have player empathy. the more complicated it is, the harder it is for you to access that. But it doesn't make making complicated things not worth it. You just have to be better at designing. It's always worth it. You just have to be really careful about how good of an engineer you are. All right, pals, I gotta go. I fully gave you the thesis then. It was just, I hope that was interesting enough. It might have been a bit brief. A little bit abstract. I agree, Elzak. That's why I changed it a little bit at the end there. Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. We wouldn't be able to have that conversation if I couldn't preview it, though. Let's go raid Booyah. Thank you, pals. Thank you so much for checking out the stream. I'll catch you tomorrow. This was a lot of fun. For those of you on Twitch, become patrons if you like, or go check out my YouTube channel. YouTube viewers, you can become a patron too. Like that. Yeah, this is fun. It's fun stuff. I can't wait to be the director of this game exclusively, you know, because I've done all the engineering. It's never going to go away, but, you know. XP Pen Deco, I don't know it. Sorry. All right, that's it. That's it, pals. Thank you so much for watching. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev Livestream. Until next time, bye-bye.